That tells you if you're going to fire me, I mean, I'm not leaving. You're going to fire me, and I'm going to get my money.
Yeah, the Board of Trustees back in public meeting right now. I've seen nothing else come from that. They haven't discussed what they discussed behind the closed doors yet. Tyler says, do you guys think Harsin will go scorched earth like Brian Flores if he gets dismissed?
Well, it depends on how big the check is, because that could probably cost you any opportunity to ever be a head coach again. And Brian Flores has said that himself, so he knows that.
Well, and there could also be an NDA that is accompanying whatever that payout is.
A lot of lawyers are hesitant about NDAs. Now, that's a big dollar settlement there, so it might have, one might accompany it. But I would say if you go scorched earth about everything, a lot of ADs would be hesitant to hire you because they know they're only one controversy away from all their dirty laundry being out there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Brian Flores will not get a job for years.
He keeps interviewing for them.
Meanwhile, there's 4 openings right now. He could get one of those.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps interviewing for them, so much so that...
Because of the Rooney Rule.
But so much so that they felt like Hugh Jackson needed to join. A lot of speculation is Hugh Jackson joined that lawsuit.
He picked the wrong guy to join it.
That Hugh Jackson joined it because Brian Flores might get a job. So they needed another face. They needed another person in there because Brian Flores might be gone.
But you need a guy that's better than 1-31 in 2 years.
Well, that would help.
Josh asked the question, do you guys think the percentage is 80% or higher that Auburn is going to be picked to finish 7th in the SEC West next season?
I think it will be 90%. It'll be higher.
What if they listen to me and hire Urban Meyer?
But this was with Harsin. Like, none of this, complete meltdown last couple of days. If it was just business as usual, I think it would have been close to 80%. Auburn would have been picked 7th.
Again, Jay Gooch, who was the president when that Board of Trustees meeting started, but they did announce his successor, said, we're trying to sort through what's honest, what's truth, what's just rumor, and trying to move quickly, make a decision as quickly as we can as far as any actions that need to be taken when discussing Brian Harsin's future. So nobody's hiding the fact that his future is being discussed today. That's no longer a rumor or a judgment by media. That it is very obvious that they are making a decision at Auburn today and maybe into tomorrow on whether or not they're going to keep Brian Harsin as the head coach.
You don't think anybody wore their joggers there on a casual Friday, did they?
I did not know we covered this. My bad.
This is not a casual Friday at Auburn.
But I would guarantee you that at this point they know which way they're going. So it's
we all know which way they're going.
They know they're either going to keep Brian Harsin or get rid of Brian Harsin. The question now becomes, are they going to try to do it with cause or try to reach a settlement?
I think most everyone involved in this situation probably knows how it's turning out. I think the only remaining question is how big is the check?
Yeah. What did John Malkovich say in Rounders? Pay that man his money? How did he say it?
Was going to be
Dunaway Russian. Pay that man his money.
Pay him the money.
Wow.
He didn't get the line right.
Well, I made it more Russian. We take out some words. Pay him the money. By the way, if it's $18.5 million I could get if we go to court, battle for it all, what is your number?
I'll take 10.
You'll take 10?
I work for a year. I'll take 10. I'll disappear.
I said 11 in my head. I would probably do 10.
I was going to say 15.
I would probably do 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to twist my arm.
I'm going to say there is some, if there's smoke out there, some of these allegations that got a little legitimacy to them, I don't know which ones, I'll take my 10 and walk right now.
We did learn today something we built a show on. It is still undefeated. In Tuscaloosa, Auburn, Oxford, anywhere, undefeated forever. We're live again at 4 o'clock this afternoon, 4. And then back with you on Monday on the audio platforms as well. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, live on a Monday. Look out, Alabama just missed another three-point shot.
Wow, Dunaway.
Well, you've been holding that in the pocket for 48 hours, haven't you?
I was at the game.
Wow.
No,
Were you planning this at the game?
I was not. I just thought of it right now.
Did you really?
We're going to start the week off like this. It won't take long for me to start cheering for the Rams in this game this week. I may bet money on the Rams this week.
Okay, let's go around the panel real quick. Did he have that planned, or was that
I did not. I
spontaneous?
just thought of it right now.
Okay, I'll vote you had it planned,
Well,
Brown.
you can believe what you want. But you know, we all thought Brian Harsin wouldn't be the coach when we came back on Monday too. But he's
That's a
still
great
there.
point. That is
he's
a true
still there
point.
today.
Brown, are you voting or not?
I don't like this much fallout right out of the chute in the week.
God.
Right? So
you are a little aggressive.
No, you right off the bat making. I didn't think of that for 48 hours. That was a stupid comment to start the show. I usually throw out 8 or 9 things and then introduce everybody. But just off the bat here, everybody's on edge. It is Super Bowl week. I know that the world will crumble if the Bengals shock the world. 4.5. It's up to 4.5. The Rams are now 4.5 favorite. What does that tell us? Everybody's betting Rams.
Yes, this is not even a fun game to watch.
I read yesterday, experts, I think it was 9-4, had the Bengals to win the game.
Do not see
they
that.
don't know what they're talking about.
Don't see. This will remind us of what decade was all those blowouts.
It was late 80s, early 90s when the NFC blew out AFC team.
I would
after.
absolutely
Yes,
look.
that's
I'll
what we're
take
getting.
a old school Auburn. Was it Auburn Mississippi State 3-2 game?
Yeah,
I would take a 3-2 win, but I'll also would love going back to the Buffalo Bills Dallas Cowboys, those Super Bowls. Give me a 28-point win.
So that's what you're about to get.
Auburn survives Athens. Is that okay? Can I say Auburn survives Athens?
I didn't take a shot at you. Don't look at me.
You got a problem with Auburn survives Athens?
No, they definitely
big
survived
problem.
it. You know who
Big
didn't
problem.
like the questioning at the end was Bruce Pearl. Did you stick around for the end of the game?
Oh, yeah. The interview from the SEC
Yeah,
Network.
because Patrick Young of the SEC Network, the former Florida guy,
That was
was
a
like,
stupid comment, though.
It was like, Georgia should have won the game. And I don't know if you were watching, Lance. SEC Network, they go back to the studio while Pearl's getting, mic'd up. And everybody goes around the horn. Pat Bradley gives his opinion. Peter Burns kicks it to Patrick Young. Patrick Young's like, this happened, this happened, this happened. And I got to tell you, man, Georgia should have won that game. And Peter Burns goes, all right, well, the coach at Auburn joins us now. He's got the headset on. And Pearl was fired up.
Yeah, he was.
And he goes into all this stuff. He goes, I disagree with you.
Yeah, but
because I think we should have won that
say
game.
that like, if we're watching, man, hey, look, they should have won that game. They had it. They were up
I don't
72-70.
I don't think Patrick Young meant anything bad by it, but
I guarantee you Patrick Young would say, and I didn't watch the commentary, but I bet he would say that Auburn's the best team in basketball.
Oh, he may. I don't know. But Bruce Pearl did not like the comment. Bruce started saying we should have won that game. I think we should have won that game.
You did.
Yeah.
Well, they won the game, and they led by 15 at one point in that contest. We'll talk basketball as we move throughout the day, but obviously there's one story that continues to percolate underneath the fabric of everything sports-wise in the state, and that's the job status of Brian Harsin. As we sit here starting off our Monday show at 3 minutes after the top of the hour, Brian Harsin is still your coach. Now, you could not have gotten money from just about anybody on Friday when we wrapped up the show at 1 o'clock that we'd be back here on Monday and Brian Harsin would still be your head coach. But what are we, 4 days into this now? And Brian Harsin is still the head coach down at Auburn. And to me, you start asking the question, Auburn, do you have something or do you not have something? You're going to fire this guy or you're not going to fire this guy? What are you doing here other than damaging your football program?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows what's going on now. I agree with you. I thought this would have been a done deal, and it looks like Brian Harsin has dug his heels in. He is denying all allegations, and Auburn is continuing to dig, because if Auburn was behind Brian Harsin, they would come out and they would have said, hey, look, this is behind us. This is our football coach. This is the guy we want us to lead us into the future. That hasn't been said. So to me, it looks like Auburn continues to dig. Brian Harsin's not given an inch. And I don't know how long this thing plays out, bro.
Well, the longer it does play out, if Brian Harsin wants to continue being the Auburn coach, and we are told he does, if he wants to continue being the Auburn coach, the more power he gets in this situation. The longer it drags out, if he wants to stay, the better it is for Brian Harsin to stay. Now, buddy, if you stay in this situation, there's a lot of walls that have to be patched up. There's no doubt about that. But if Brian Harsin wants to stay and do that, the more this drags out, the better it is for him, because if Auburn had the goods, they would have fired him this weekend.
Now, Andy Staples is painting a picture at The Athletic like Auburn. They don't have a jet that is fired up and flying to Louisville or places like that like they did in 2003. But he makes it sound like there is that if Harsin had recruited better, we wouldn't be where we are today, and that there is a process of finding the next coach of Auburn ongoing as we speak. I don't know if that is true or not. If you listen to, say, Chris Lowe, who'll be with us a little bit later on Feinbaum the other day, he named Hugh Freeze, Kevin Steele, Lane Kiffin, and Mike Gundy as likely successors.
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
I'll
random
tell you the
grouping
text
right
I got
there.
yesterday, and look, and it was from a big Auburn supporter, and he doesn't necessarily believe it, but said that from a reputable source, Hugh Freeze will be announced new head coach on Thursday. I find it hard to believe, but I mean,
There's a lot of water that's got to go.
Yeah. If Hugh Freeze ever gets offered the Auburn job, I think he'll run there.
Oh, yeah, with Sprint.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're the coach at Liberty. This is your chance to get back in the SEC. I mean, when it ended for him at Ole Miss, he had to think that would never happen again.
Now, I would tell him, I'd be like, hey, it's mine. We suck on the roster right now. It's going to take me a couple of years, but as soon as I get there, we'll go to work.
Speaking
I like
of the
you running
roster,
like that.
where are you guys on this? Because I haven't done a deep dive or a deep dig.
Right.
And I bet some of our Farm Folio Auburn listeners and viewers probably have, but we know we've got 18 guys that hit the portal under Harsin. Mm-hmm. How many guys are currently on that roster that sided with guys like Lee Hunter and Smoke Monday?
I don't know that any of them publicly have.
Okay.
That are still on the roster?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one that I am aware of. Now, I could have missed
I'm
one.
just saying
I
that
don't
'cause
follow.
that's hard to come back from.
I don't follow college football players on Twitter, so I have no earthly idea. A guy could have tweeted something I missed.
But I'm just talking about guys that like the Lee Hunter.
I have yet. Oh, like the Lee Hunter thing. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
People
I think
that seem to support his stance.
I never
don't
went
know.
back and went through all the likes to see who had liked it or not. I know Nick Brahms and Owen Popo and Derek Hall and people like that have the people who met with Alan Green are all current players, senior leaders who are in favor of Brian Harsin staying and coming back, and that's where Auburn is today. And you still have the three scenarios that are out there, right? You continue as is with Brian Harsin as your head coach.
That's where you are right now. We're in that scenario currently.
You fire him without cause, and you pay him, what is it, $18.5 million?
Yeah, it's $9 million, nine and some change within 30 days. So, that clock starts ticking. I believe there would be another payment due in July for far less than that, but you start quarterly payments after that for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So at some point within 2 years, you're going to have to fork over $18.5 million to him.
And I think there's been some numbers that gets if you do fire him without cause, that gets Auburn on the record at that moment paying $40 million of buyouts to coaches.
Yeah, they've never really worried about that.
Yeah, they really haven't. Yeah. $40 million is a big number.
That is a big number.
And that's not counting the people you're paying to work for you.
So, A, he remains coach. B, you pay him his money. Or C.
What is C, Jimmy?
C is you fire him with cause, and that's when it really gets juicy, because Brian Harsin isn't going to get fired with cause and not go at some point to I'm going to challenge this.
Yeah, there are a really, 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 really small percentage of people in our world that could just say, "Don't worry about $18.5 million. I'm good."
Yeah.
Brian Harsin is not in that percentage. The guy's been a football coach his whole life. He's made more money probably than he ever thought he made as a football coach, but he is not in a financial position to walk away from $18.5 million just to avoid a fight. And if you're Auburn and you fire this guy with cause, it 100% is ending up in court.
Yeah, and that's why I think C is the least likely option. I think, God, I never thought A was even in play after us doing the show.
I really did not either, but as the weekend is
I'll
going.
still lean B, that they throw their hands up, hey, we just got to pay this guy, and we got to move on.
Yeah.
And I guess there is a D where, and this is not a scenario right now, and if you're wondering,
We're hit by a meteor?
Brian Harsin still wants to be the coach at Auburn. he's not to the point where he's saying, I don't want to be the coach at Auburn anymore. He wants to be the coach at Auburn and wants to go back and mend fences. And whoever isn't happy with him, whether he's a booster or an administrator or what, he wants to mend those fences and still be the head coach at Auburn. But I guess there is a scenario D that you could find a common ground of financial money and separation. But I've not heard that discussed.
You in theory could, but at this point, if I'm Brian Harsin, what more could they say about me than they've already said, right? They've already, if I didn't, let's just assume for what I'm about to say here, let's assume Brian Harsin has done nothing of what has been leaked to the media, right? None of that is true. All the nasty rumors you've heard and are on the message boards and your buddy on Facebook told you about, none of that's true. Okay, let's just assume that. If I'm Brian Harsin, I'm like, they've already leaked this about me. And do you know the one way for anybody that's got any level of intelligence, you can prove that this is not true if you don't remain the coach at Auburn, is you walk away with that whole $18.5 million. Because there's zero chance if Auburn had the goods on this stuff, they're going to pay you your full buyout.
That's right.
And that's why I see both sides of this. I see Brian Harsin wanted to move forward and continue to be Auburn's head coach. And, hey, look, let's finish what we started. But at the same time, if the guys that are actually calling the shots are making up these allegations, do you really want to be involved with a program like that?
You don't, but if you leave, and you leave, as Brown is saying, for less than $18.5 million.
It looks like you're guilty of something.
It looks like you're guilty of something.
Yeah, no, that's why if I'm Brian Harsin, to me, the best solution right now, depending on how many of these power brokers, I mean, we've got to this point, so there's enough of them. I won't be. Give me all my money, and we'll all start from
Like
scratch.
Drake says, and Drake is right about this, Drake on Twitter, Harsin goes scorched earth in scenario C.
That's right. If they try to fire him with cause,
That's
and
right.
he believes it is not to be true.
Yeah, because
he knows it's true.
Yeah, there's a chance I may never coach again. If I'm Brian, how old is Brian Harsin? In his 50s?
45.
45. Oh, he's only 45.
Yep.
That's my age.
Wow.
Thought he was older than that. There's a chance I may never coach.
Well, y'all
again.
got one thing in common.
That's what, 45?
You're 45.
Yes. He lives in Alabama too. That's two things we have in common.
True. He might, maybe not much longer though.
I may never coach again, right?
He's got 2 daughters. You got 2 daughters.
That is true. Yeah, there's a lot more we have in common than you give us credit
my
for,
bad.
Lance.
He hasn't beaten Alabama yet.
That's right. I've never beaten Alabama in a football
You're
game.
white males.
Yeah, we're white. I mean, there's so much we have in common. I may never coach again, right? Chances are I don't. So what's it going to hurt me to go scorched earth? And what Brian Harsin knows is the one thing a college athletics program does not want to do is go into a court of law where I have to start undressing myself. That is the one thing a college athletics program does not want to do. I don't want to have to go into a situation where I undress myself. And trust me, people like the people that represent Brian Harsin or represent, Jimmy Sexton's of the world, they know how college athletics works. And these guys are attorneys, and they know exactly what a college athletic program would not want on display.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, and we'll get to the weekend in basketball where Alabama just missed another shot, and Auburn survived Athens.
The spontaneity of you, man. I love it.
and I'm cheering for the Bengals. No, here we go. Odie's.
It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a big-time lunch coming out of the weekend, you need to stop in. Go see Rodney Davis, Will Haver, that great staff. Incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years now. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, fantastic patio, inside or outside. I think it's going to get Jimmy Titan in the 60s this week, right?
It's going to
nice
get
weather.
warm into the 60s.
Golf weather.
You got to steal some golf days at the Meadows and Timberline this week. It's
Golf
good golf
weather.
weather.
Yeah, whether you want to, go play some early golf and then hang out on that patio with the ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light, stop in and see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so to basketball we go. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 2, Bruce Pearl. After the game, it was a 74-72 win over Georgia. 6-win Georgia with an unbelievable atmosphere over in Athens, trying to knock off number 1 in the country. Wendell Green, who did not hit a bucket in the second half, hit one on a drive with 10 seconds, put it in with 3 seconds left, and Auburn survives Georgia 74-72. And that ended a 3-game stretch of Oklahoma, Alabama, and then a road game at Georgia before a tricky Tuesday trip to Arkansas.
Tough game.
It is. Bruce Pearl talked about his team maybe being a little slow in the sneakers.
All I'd say, guys, I think seriously that the Oklahoma, Alabama, travel, Georgia I just think we're a little tired. And then being a man down in Zep, we were tired. I got to really think about the next 2 days of practice. I may not practice them until we play Tuesday. Seriously.
And that's something he's considering. And now they travel. Today's a travel day for a Tuesday game against Arkansas. And as you said, that is a tricky contest. Arkansas is surging, and they play Auburn at home, Alabama on the road this week. It's a big week for Arkansas in the NCAA tournament. And this may be, if you're looking for an Auburn loss, this may be the most likely scenario for the Tigers.
Well, these are the two. I circled Arkansas and Tennessee when I said there was 2 more losses coming up. They would ultimately lose 3 games this season, which still probably gets them the number 1 overall. But look, this seems like it's a tired team. 19 consecutive wins. I mean, that starts to wear you down a little bit. No Zep. Jasper didn't start. That's why Green got the start. So, they're a little banged up, and one of the reasons I guess they struggled with Georgia. Hard to believe Georgia's lost 11-12 in their 1 win over Alabama. I know we'll get to Alabama in a little bit, but boy, that is just still really glaring as a terrible loss for Alabama. Auburn now 7-0 on the road, and you look at what they did to Georgia earlier this year, winning that game by 23. Struggling. I think Auburn probably plays their best Tuesday night in Arkansas. Still will be a tough game.
Yeah. But up 15, Brown, there's a part, and this happened in the Oklahoma game too. Big lead, start of the second half, big run from the opponent.
That's a concerning trend.
Yeah, and that's starting to happen a lot. And, like Bobby's a big Auburn fan, and others will point out to you that he thinks at times the guards who are really good, and Wendell Green and Katie Johnson, sometimes they forget that some of their strengths are not them. It's Jabari Smith, who I think had 7.
Yeah, I think there's a reason Katie Johnson was doing that in Athens. I mean, I think that makes sense. But I think Bobby is right. I think that is a concern. Coming out of the locker room, Auburn has struggled against Oklahoma, against Missouri, against Alabama, and now against Georgia. They've let these teams back in games, and that is a concerning trend for Auburn. Again, I'll say this about Arkansas, and this is what Auburn will face for the remainder of the season, because the SEC is really, really good. It's a really good conference. And what you have when you have a really good conference, Rockstar, is you got a lot of teams that find themselves where in basketball when you have a really good conference?
On the bubble?
On the bubble. And they play one of those Tuesday night. And what gets you off the bubble?
A win over number 1.
A win over number 1.
A win over number 1.
So for Auburn, and this is something they're going to carry with them the rest of the year, they're going to play a lot of Southeastern Conference teams, and Auburn is going to be that team's ticket into the NCAA tournament. Beating Auburn is going to be their ticket. So you're going to get everybody's best shot remaining. And if you're tired, like Bruce Pearl said, if you just have a bad game, you're probably going to have that bad game against the other team's best game of the season.
Speaking of tired, Alabama had played 3 top 5 teams, and they looked tired, especially their legs. 3 of 30 from 3-point.
It's impossible.
3-point land in the game. 3 of 30.
It's impossible.
And they missed a lot of shots from not 3-point land, too. I was at the game. They did a great job defensively. They did a great job rebounding. Kentucky's one of the better defensive teams, or offensive teams, and Kentucky is the best rebounding team in the SEC. And Alabama did all that right. The defense played well. They couldn't make a shot. It's horrible shooting right now.
I saw in our text thread that somebody in Rockstar, it might have been you talking about our Cumulus basketball team.
It was Reed, I think.
That was Reed. We were a good team, man.
We were never as bad as 3 of 30.
Oh, no. Really? From beyond the arc?
10% is awful. I mean,
so the Cumulus basketball team never went 3 of 30 from beyond the arc.
Well, I don't think we ever got somehow. We had the mercy rule hit on us once we were down by like 50. Like, hey guys,
but 3 of 30, that really is impossible. If you would have said Betty Acco is going to go 12-8, Kentucky shoots 40%, they only score 66 points, and Alabama puts up 33s at home, they win this game. Because think about it, if you just go 10 of 30. You shoot 33%, which is about where Alabama is on the season. You win the game by double digits.
Yeah, as Paul points out on Twitter, right as the show was starting, they held Kentucky to their 2nd worst offensive performance of the year. And the most amazing thing is they out-rebounded Kentucky.
That's right.
With Sheboy, who's the best rebounder in the country, they out-rebounded Kentucky.
By the way, he's Dennis Rodman.
Oh, yeah, he is.
But Betty Acco
with better offense.
Played maybe his best game.
Yeah.
I mean, starting to come around. But they can't shoot.
It's not a. I mean,
they're not a good team.
Let's
just say it. They're not a good team.
They will not make a run in the NCAA.
Yeah,
tournament.
like I hear a lot of the national people say Alabama is going to make the NCAA. Billis said this the other night.
Yeah,
Alabama's going to make the NCAA tournament. Yeah, they're 100% they're going to make it, and they're the type of team you do not want to catch in the tournament. Now, I would disagree. They are the team I want to catch. I just don't think they're a very good team. I don't think they're a very good team.
I've done this long enough to I've like UAB one year. They made the tournament. I think it was an at-large bid, and they end up in the Sweet 16. That Mike Anderson's team is on the run. All of a sudden, the Twins beat Kentucky, and you feel totally different about the team. Yeah, but Mark Godfrey team had a lot of good teams. All of a sudden, they're 8, 9 seed. They beat a 1. Boom, they're in the Elite
People
8.
pin this on Oates, and look, Oates is the head coach, so he's got to take some of this. But these are wide open shots. They had good looks.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I mean, he's scheming. And
they can't shoot.
Kentucky's a good defensive team. He's scheming up open shots.
Yeah, and I feel really confident saying that this team will do absolutely nothing in the NCAA tournament. The last time they won 3 consecutive games, it's been 2 months.
It has been. That was 3 games against the top 5 in the country. Nobody plays a schedule like that. Baylor, a win, then on the road at number 1 Auburn, and at home to number 5 Kentucky, who is number 3 in the KenPom today. The number 3 team in the country if you go by KenPom ratings. So a little tough stretch there for Alabama. They look tired. They get an extra day before they play Wednesday on the road at Ole Miss. Tricky, important week for Alabama. On the road at Ole Miss, home to Arkansas. These are the games they've got to win to secure a good seed in the NCAA tournament. As we head to break here, UAB with a record day for Jordan Walker, a single game scoring record, breaking Andy Kennedy. 42 points for him. We'll talk more about that later on as the Blazers get the win. Tom Lugenbill is up in the next segment. Our show is being brought to you by Mortgage Right. We'll talk college football with Luginbill and what he's hearing on a national scale and the perception of Auburn football as Brian Harsin still hangs in the balance down on the plains on this Monday. The show being brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Yeah. We're still talking about new year, new opportunity for you guys. If you're looking to start a big project, maybe consolidate a little debt, free up some funds, cash out refi could be exactly what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. If you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket, then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
We're about to do our Jack's Western Wear segment with Tom Lugenbill. I will tell you one story. We did Harsin and Hoops. It's not a new podcast. It's just our opening segment today, Harsin and Hoops. But there was another big story in college football. Josh Gattis leaving Michigan to go to Miami. So people like me pressing the panic button on Mario Cristobal getting coordinators ends up pretty good with Josh Gattis, who was a Broyles Award winner from Michigan, and Kevin Steele, who is a longtime defensive coordinator. A little Alabama flavor there, Saban connection from Mario's time in Tuscaloosa. We'll talk to Luginbill about that and everything else in college football right now.
Yeah, for a guy that's spent so much time hiring coordinators, did a pretty good job. Tom Luginbill joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well from the Luginbill wine cellar there in Charlotte.
Yeah, this right here, this is a vintage 2017 Dollar General, and this is a vintage 2014 Walmart. So we're really classing it up over here.
That's a good look, though. I like it.
But I do see one bottle is missing. So congratulations on a good night last night.
Night.
Let's start with the Auburn situation, and not the behind the scenes what's going on there, but. You look at recruiting and things like that. How does this affect it? I mean, this seems like blood in the water for any coach recruiting against Auburn.
Oh, it absolutely is. And, when you're going forward and, you're trying to build a program, you have all of this, as Nick Saban would call it, clutter surrounding the program. I've always felt so strongly that, there's two things that prospects in recruiting are going to shy away from, and that's instability and uncertainty. And right now it looks like, Auburn is dealing with both of those. So as we hit the 2023 class recruiting cycle, the programs in their winter conditioning program before we get into spring ball, it's just not the way you want to start off the cycle because it just puts you behind. You don't, as an assistant coach, and you don't have any answers. And if you don't have any answers, somebody's going to create answers for them. False, right, wrong, or indifferent. That when you say the chums in the water, the sharks are circling, there's no doubt about it.
Hey, what do you typically read into when you see so much division? When you've got some team leaders saying, we love Brian Harsin, he's our guy, and then you've got other guys going into the portal and going out publicly and saying, quote, he treated us like dogs. What side do you typically go to on that?
I've gotten to know Brian Harsin over the years. Obviously, would know him in a different light, a different perspective. I do think he's extremely demanding. He's extremely detail oriented. To answer the question, I think you have to look at the leadership or lack of leadership on that team. Who are the guys that are in the transfer portal that are pointing fingers, that are making the statements? What type of guys were they when they were within the program? And I think it's also concerning, too, that anytime you have an administrative approach to talking with players, that never bodes well for the coaching staff. And I don't think that's the way you want this thing to go down. I just think too, we are in a little bit of we're not in a little bit, we are in a full-blown era now where you can't coach guys the way you used to. You can't be maybe as hard and demanding and have the type of response and reaction that I guess you could say when we all grew up was just the natural course of responding to criticism, responding to leadership, responding to authority. It's a different animal out there right now with today's 18 to 22-year-old, and maybe that's something for Bryan Harsin that he's having a hard time adjusting with if any of the speculation and the allegations come to fruition and end up being fairly accurate.
Tom Lugenbill's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tom, as we move to other things now, Arch Manning's recruitment will be a storyline that everyone's covering all the way. And there were reports over the weekend he drops Clemson off of his list of schools he's considering. I guess you got to pare it down at some point. You can always add them back. But does that surprise you a little bit? Because to me, the Mannings would like the Dabo Swinney way of approaching football. But off the list is Clemson right now.
Yeah, and you're right. I think a lot of this just has to do with, checking the boxes, making your pros and cons lists, and, who makes the cut. And I don't think it's necessarily a reflection of Clemson. And also, it also happens to be the school that's furthest away from the state of Louisiana as far as, proximity. And I do think that there's a bit of an SEC tie to all of this. I really believe that. And I think because of that, and this isn't, again, to take away from Clemson, but if you look at the conference affiliation, I think it's got to play a role. And I'd like to believe, and, following him and his recruitment and him as a player and the family, I'd really like to believe that their number one priority is playing for a championship. And that being something that's very, very important, because it's not just all going to be about Arch Manning. Now, the storylines will be about Arch Manning, but I think they're smart enough to realize that we got to make sure that we're checking all the boxes so that we're in a position where we can maximize Arch's ability level by ensuring that the culture and the environment around him is as strong as it can possibly be.
There are reports that Steve Sarkisian is hiring David Cutcliffe in an off-the-field role. Why would Steve Sarkisian want David Cutcliffe, Lugenbill? What would the possible connection be there?
Hey, do what you got to do, right?
Yeah.
In recruiting, a lot of it is finding out who the decision maker is, right? So if David Cutcliffe and his relationship with the Manning family, which goes, back to the early 90s, becomes a part of the decision factor, then it makes total sense if you're Steve Sarkisian to go down that route.
Now, the week started in Mobile for Kenny Pickett. He didn't want to measure his hands, small hands, and the week ended with a win, and he only played the first quarter, but he was really good. I was a big fan. I thought he was tremendous this year. What do you read into the small hands? How do you think he translates to the next level?
Well, I think that the question comes in regards to cold weather. He did play in a lot of cold weather games. He did play in Pittsburgh, did not appear to have any issues. I got to see him twice in person over the last couple of years. I thought he was nothing short of sensational this season. And I guarantee you throughout the week down there in Mobile, he would have won the interview process. He's a high IQ guy that's personable, highly competitive temperament. I wouldn't make too much of the hand size thing. I really wouldn't. If he'd been playing in a warm weather climate a lot and had not played in many cold weather games, then I think it becomes a little bit more of a legitimate concern. But for now, I think what he probably proved throughout the week, as well as throughout deciding to come back and play this past fall, is going to be more than enough of a sample size to overcome not getting his hand measured.
Okay, Josh Gattis to Miami. You got to like that if you're Mario Cristobal, right? I mean, the guy just won the Broyles Award. What's Miami getting in Josh Gattis?
I think they're getting an innovator, a guy that relates to the players extremely well. I think he's got a great connection with his athletes and a buy-in and the approach of what they're trying to do. But really the coaching and the interaction between him and players, I think, is very, very strong. And, Miami, obviously, Rhett Lashley had done a wonderful job there and particularly handled the transition to Tyler Van Dyke really well, and they made some tweaks to the offense. So there's a lot of weapons. They know they're going to have some good players there, and now they're going to probably become even more wide open with what they do. And to be, to give Mario Cristobal credit, this is why you don't just rush to hire somebody. You take your time, you be patient, you keep poking and prodding, see how the thing plays out, and then next thing you know, maybe some good things will happen. I think it's kind of a nice reflection of the process by which he's gone about it.
Do you love good movie soundtracks? Like, do you have one that pops to mind? You're such a movie guy. Do you like soundtracks that do you end up listening to them like when you're skiing or studying film or anything?
I don't. I'll tell you, if you told me that, okay, the soundtrack for Footloose in 1984 is awesome, I would agree with you, but I wouldn't go listen to it. Where I really like, this is going to sound crazy, I love the instrumental stuff. If you took John Williams and put Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars, Superman, all those great pieces of music that he put together, you could put that on a loop for me and I'd listen to that all day long.
One of the most random concerts I ever attended, and this is so true, it was down at Boutwell Auditorium here in town, Lugs. The London Philharmonic Orchestra came to Birmingham and played John Williams hits.
Was it awesome?
Oh, it was phenomenal. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but it was an incredible concert. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, man. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, and this is just so weird, the most moving moment of it is, and I don't know the backstory, but the most moving moment of it is the person playing the violin solo from Schindler's List got choked up.
Oh.
And you could hear them sniffing, like fighting back the tears while they're playing the violin solo. It was incredible. Incredible.
Yeah.
How did Jaws play out?
I don't remember that as much. I remember Indiana Jones and Star Wars more than anything.
Yeah.
But it was such a good concert, though, no joke.
That shows you the difference in mine and Brown's upbringing. He's being taken to London's Philharmonic. How do you say it?
You can't even say it.
Yeah.
Let's go to it.
I got to go to the Alabaster feed store to hear Phil on the harmonica.
Alabaster feed store.
Jeez. All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Follow him on Twitter at Tom Luginbill. Thank you for the time, Lugs. Have a great week.
You too, guys. Have a great week.
All right, buddy. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That really was a great concert.
Yeah,
I know
it was.
It sounded as uppity as it could possibly sound.
I remember you talking about it before.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about the Schindler's List, which, by the way, is a great movie.
Oh, phenomenal movie.
I love a good soundtrack, but not movie themes like Lugenbill was talking about. But if you like TV shows like Succession, you can go throw it like Spotify. You can go just put in Succession soundtrack and the songs that they play,
no, I think
snippets of. I mean, it's
how
just really good.
How they score Succession is one of it reasons it all comes together and it's so good.
It's fantastic.
Their opening theme is just so. I mean, you hear that music as soon as that music hits, you're like, somebody's about to get fired, backstabbed, or yelled at.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's coming.
All right, Hemp Hill's Best and Worst of the Weekend starts off right now here on the show. It's brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill there.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have Hemp Hill on speed dial. The first call I always make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Duck's dad at Next Round Live. How do you get on the Farmfolio chat room? I can't find it. You're in it. You can do it on Twitter as well. That's a part of our Farmfolio chat room. But if you go to YouTube, Duck's dad, on YouTube, there's the chat room there at the bottom of the YouTube, and you can chat there. That gets you right into the Farmfolio chat room.
Yeah, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you watch it on video, just chat away, and you're right there. We see you right over here to our right.
And it all streams up on our big screen right past right of the camera right there. If you always see us, I guess it's left to the screen.
Yes. We're always doing
my right, your left. You ever see us looking in that direction? That's the Farmfolio chat room rolling around over there. Best and worst of the weekend. For me, best of the weekend, got a chance to see some great friends over in Tuscaloosa as I went over and enjoyed Alabama and Kentucky. Bama didn't shoot well, but it was still a great night over in Tuscaloosa, watching what I thought was going to be a really good basketball game. It ended up being a hard game to watch.
It was a bad game to watch. I was watching on TV, and it struggled to keep my attention. A friend of mine at church yesterday put it very well. It said, I love Nate Oates, but I really thought we were done with the Anthony Grant era. That was as close to Anthony Grant basketball as I've seen.
Yeah, this is not a good team.
Yeah, it was hard to watch.
That was my worst of the weekend. Is I had a winning Saturday, but I gave out Alabama. The way this number moved, and
Alabama,
they were
the favorite at tip, weren't they?
Ending up being a favorite. Yeah, it went down to minus
half a point.
Yeah, but it went up to Alabama at 1.5 at one point. It felt like Alabama was going to play like they played against Baylor, Gonzaga, Houston. Felt like one of those nights, and just didn't happen.
My worst of the weekend, I don't understand it. I mean, I know what we're doing, but NASCAR taking a halftime and bringing out Ice Cube to NASCAR fans in Los Angeles in between the qualifiers. Pitbull's a team owner. I've never seen bad dancing like I did in the LA Coliseum for Ice Cube's 2 songs.
Have you seen Brian Kelly?
Everyone was dancing like me.
Yeah.
Wait, I wanted to know what your response, because I watched the final 17 laps, and I almost fell asleep watching 17 laps.
Well,
the backdrop looked great.
Yeah, well, that's what it was all about. But the second qualifying race to get in was the best of the day.
I think I topped out on 280 this morning faster than they went yesterday. Really?
Well, I mean, they're on a high school track.
Yeah,
I get that. I mean, it was
and again, you're making the mistake of assuming that it looks slow because you're used to race car. They're probably doing 90 to 100.
I think
really?
the top out was 83.
Yeah, I mean, but on the straightaway, getting up to 90 miles an hour. Yeah,
but I'm just saying that's not the NASCAR that you're used to watching.
No, it's not.
No, but it's on a quarter track. Yeah.
Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, wasn't for me at all.
The second qualifying race. It was one of the Dillon boys, the youngest one,
Austin?
42. No, it was the youngest one. I want to say Ty Dillon.
Okay.
He got upset that he restarted too fast. He was second on the outside. The inside car has to go first, and he jumped the start. So they penalized him by putting him in the very back. So in about 22 laps, he went from the back to the lead.
Wow, that's impressive.
He did that, Brown, because every time they'd restart, the guy in front of him, he would wreck.
Intentionally?
Yeah, he'd bump him on the turn, bump him out of the way, wreck. So much so halfway through the ride back, Tony Stewart says, right now, if I'm the pace car driver, I'm concerned that I'm going to get hit by 42.
Did people get pissed at him for doing it? They had to.
Well, I mean, it was not for points, but I mean, Denny Hamlin, who was watching, and others were like, what is going on out here?
Yeah.
And he makes it back to the lead, but he restarted when he was in charge on the last 3 laps too fast.
Oh, my gosh.
And he wins the race, but they penalize him for the false start there and kick him out. He doesn't get to race in the main event.
So he goes all the way to the front?
Because he was such a chaotic you-know-what out there.
I thought you
wrecked everybody.
I thut you were going to tell me he got all the way back to the front and somebody behind him wrecked him, which that would have been hilarious.
They couldn't catch him at that point, but it was hilarious on the radio when they said, hey, you jumped the start. You got to go to the back of the field. How? I mean, it's really high-pitched voice. How?
I mean,
there's no way.
Once you got out front, there was no way anybody was going to.
Yeah, was there a lot of passing on this
only,
deal?
Only in the turn if you...
you had to play it just right?
Well, you had to bump. There was a lot of bumping people out of the way.
Was Clay Helton's product more exciting or this?
Clay Helton's product.
In that same stadium.
Much more exciting.
All right. That was.
What about Paul Hackett?
We'll get more of the best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Sports as we continue on. The show being brought to you always by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Brown told you last Friday on the show.
What did I tell him, Jimmy?
Or was it on our specialty show from the World of Wills that you're an inside dog?
I am an inside dog, but many of you are not. And if you're a hunter or outdoorsman, stop what you're doing and immediately head down to Pelham and Nichols Outfitters. All February, they're having an end-of-season sale with 50% off all camouflage hunting clothes. Plan ahead for next season, or if you just like the look, you won't find a better deal on camo clothing anywhere. 50% off now through the end of February. Hurry up before it's gone. Exit 242 in Pelham. It is Nichols Outfitters.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Well, you know, there are sellouts and then there are really hard sellouts, and Coleman Coliseum was one of those where you could look at the deepest, worst seats in the house, and it was packed. And then Alabama laid that egg in that basketball game. And it was so disappointing. The team was just, didn't live up to the atmosphere. And as I was sitting there in Coleman, I was thinking to myself, boy, the countdown's on now. They're eventually going to start building the new place. And it got a standing ovation when they played the video showing the new arena.
Yeah.
People, hey, all right. But, you were looking up pregame, and the place is buzzing. And the deepest part, the worst seats in the house, which I'm not even sure you can see the court, there are people having this, they're packed in there.
Yeah.
And then, not as many Kentucky fans as usual. And then the team is 3 of 30. And that was a late three. They were two of something for a long, long time on shooting threes.
Yeah, that was Davidson's three that made it 3 of 30, right?
Yeah, and Davidson, man,
I don't know what's happened.
I mean, he went almost 2 full games without scoring.
Man,
He's lost his way.
And that one pass he tried to throw, give me a break, man.
Kentucky, the way they defend you. This is a team a couple of weeks ago we did our Final Four. You know, I had Kentucky as one of my Final Four teams. You know, they played without Ty Washington for what, 53 minutes against, or excuse me, 33 minutes against Auburn.
Yep.
And, you know, that game was at least in doubt for a good majority of it. They play like they played on the road against Alabama, a team that has obviously beat four of the Final Fours last year, and still win this game by double digits. Kentucky is a dangerous team, man.
Yeah, it's a good squad. Good squad. I mean, if I told you Auburn, Gonzaga, Kentucky are the 3 best teams in the country, you would.
I would have no problem.
I wouldn't either.
And I think Dunaway, you could roll out right now. I guarantee you could hit more than 3 of 30.
But not with Kentucky
guarding
I get
me.
That. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's easy to say you guys were 3 of 30 in Y League ball.
But these guys still, I mean, these are SEC caliber players. I mean, Shackelford, you saw what he did, you know, even in the loss against Auburn.
Yeah, but it was they were open shots. I mean, again, Nate Oates can't go out there and shoot it for him. He's working to where they have open shots, and they just don't go down. LT's neighbor, though, is where I don't always jump into y'all's conversations of absolutes. This team is maddening, but I still say it's crazy to speak any absolutes about the tournament, especially a team that has beat some of the best teams in the country. And you can't argue that Baylor's not probably a 1 or 2 seed this year, but that's a good win. Gonzaga they beat. You know, they've beaten some really good teams.
I watched Houston yesterday. It was the only college basketball I watched yesterday, and they just dismantled Cincinnati.
Yeah. Houston's
really good.
Houston's a team, because of the way they rebound, especially offensively, I think could be a Final Four team too.
You know, after I tell you about Wayne's, I want to make a point to what you're talking about there. Wayne's has this smart pest. What it does is it monitors rodents 24/7. You find out you've got a rodent before you have a rodent infestation, and that's what's key. Wayne's takes care of all of it. I'm not smart enough to describe how it works. Let Wayne's do it for you. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Use this code to get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. It helps us, and it saves for you. $60 off when you use the code TNR for the next round. TNR for the next round. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Alabama's the type of team that if they got in an 8-9 game or a 7-10 game and won that game, I could 1,000% see them beating the 1 or 2 seed in the next game.
That's not what you said earlier, though. You said this team would not make a run. You don't see this team making a run in the tournament.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah.
I have zero confidence that same team would show up in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
That's your problem with Alabama.
I could see them get to a Sweet 16, but they ain't getting there.
They're absolutely good enough to beat a 1 or 2 seed in the second game, but what have you seen that says that same team is going to show up for the very next Thursday or Friday night in the Sweet 16.
But getting to a Sweet 16 is winning 2 games in the tournament. That's quote-unquote making a run. Same place they went last year, to the Sweet 16. Same place Wimp always went, was the Sweet 16.
It was a disappointment last year.
They've only been to the Elite 8 once.
Yeah, but I think if you would have told anybody going into the season that Sweet 16 was their ceiling, I think people would be disappointed.
Yeah, a lot of teams in the country would have gone.
But I don't think they'll get to a Sweet 16. I think they can get there, but they ain't winning 3 consecutive games in the tournament.
A lot of people wouldn't have gone 1 and 2 against the schedule they just played, though. They would have lost all 3 of those.
Well, that is true.
Right?
Yeah. Well, hey, look, there's a chance they lose the next 5, so that would be a 7-game losing streak.
No.
Wouldn't be surprised at all.
No, and that's what I was getting to. Yeah. This week is huge because if you win both games this week against Ole Miss on the road, tricky game Wednesday, home game against surging Arkansas, tournament team, if you win both of those games, 1 and 2 against the last 3 teams you play looks pretty darn good at that point.
Yeah, that's fine.
To be 3 and 3 in that 6-game stretch is a darn good place to be.
Yeah. Look, and again, this team is so unpredictable.
Right.
But if the team that showed up Saturday night shows up again, I mean, defensively they were really good.
Yeah.
And some of those shots, I mean, you guys watch it. Some of those shots are in the cylinder and they rattle out. I mean, they just I don't know what it is. And Nate's dead on. They are thinking. You can just tell they're thinking about the way they're playing. And JD right now is, I mean, I keep waiting. People keep telling me he's a one-and-done guy, one-and-done guy. And I haven't seen that from day one.
The athleticism, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he is a one and done guy.
No, who? JD Davis?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the NBA is going to do. I mean, there's scouts
think
there.
so?
Yeah.
He's already told himself in his head.
Oh, okay. So JD considers the NBA may not. Yeah.
JD considers himself probably a lottery guy. But the NBA, they've still got him projected as a first-round guy.
And before we get too far away from the new arena, Greg Byrne with us at 9:25 tomorrow, so he'll talk all about that. So just as a quick tease on that.
So Bama fans, 9:25 tomorrow, Alabama AD Greg Byrne. Jordan Walker, what he is doing for UAB. And saw Murray Bartow before. He said Andy kept pulling him out of the game late because they were blowing out Middle Tennessee and then putting him back in. Andy joked that he didn't realize, but you see Jordan hitting these shots, man. 42 points to break Andy Kennedy's record. Against a Middle Tennessee team, it's not bad. It's not like he did it against the worst of the worst. That kid is hot right now.
Well, I was going to say, who's the better transfer guy? Is it Walker or is it Kessler? I mean, Kessler's going to be the bigger impact because they've got a chance to win a national championship, but you look at what Walker's doing for this team right now.
Do you think, and I'm not comparing the players, just understand what I'm saying here, do you think Jelly Walker is a Ja Morant type? He's not as good as Ja Morant. That could carry a team on a run in an NCAA tournament?
Well, to me,
UAB being the team, obviously.
Well, if you're just style of play, Moran at the rim is different.
Yeah,
but as far
I'm not
as
comparing the players. I'm saying just that type of player.
Yeah, as a one player, as a shooter, a scorer.
That could carry you in a tournament.
I mean, who was the kid,
Walker,
the mustache kid who cried when they finally lost? Was it
Adam Morrison?
Adam Morrison.
Yeah.
He's an Adam Morrison type when he's shooting like he is right now. Now, the question is he doing it a month from now? But the way he's shooting right now, one guy like that can win you games in the tournament.
I think you win you a game or two probably.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Could he get him to the Sweet 16? That'd be huge.
I just don't know. Around him. I mean, Kimball Walker's the guy that jumps out to me.
Yeah.
You bring up Morrison. I mean, Morrison was a 6'9" guy that could shoot the eyes out of him.
Yeah, but I mean, I was just saying he was a one. Larry Bird was a one-man show for the most part.
But Kimball Walker being a guard that actually carried a team that nobody expected to do anything, that UConn team, and they won a national championship.
Chris Lowe's up next with us. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Cowan Equipment, LT. Cowan Equipment will bring us the poll question, and we'll talk to Chris Lowe on the down low when we come back.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. Stone Creek Dental Care, StoneCreekDentalCare.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New AP basketball poll coming out at the top of the next hour, so 1 hour from now. Auburn survives a scare by Georgia, still expected to be number 1 in the AP poll. Ken Palm has Auburn, though, at number 7. 7 as we start the day today, with Gonzaga at number 1, Kentucky at 3 there. We'll update you on basketball later on, but of course, everyone is watching Brian Harsin and the situation down at Auburn, where he's still the coach as we sit here on Monday.
Well, Chris Lowe was a guy, along with several other really good ESPN reporters that had spoken with Harsin and reported on the story going into the weekend. He joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Good morning, Chris. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning. Good to be with you guys.
It's great to have you. We always appreciate your time. Did you think this is where we would be on Monday, that it seemed to have gotten a little quiet and Brian Harsin is still the head coach at Auburn?
Are you talking about last Monday? Or?
No. I mean, did you think going into the weekend that when Monday rolled around, I should have said that better, Brian Harsin would still be the head coach at Auburn?
I didn't know how long this thing would drag out. I didn't think it would drag out very long. And the fact that it just continues to sort of fester out there, I don't think it's good for anybody. Not good for Auburn's program, certainly not good for Brian Harsin. When the president of the university comes out after the board meeting and says, hey, we're trying to separate fact from fiction, and says, quote, the appropriate decision will be made. Well, what's the decision? I mean, when did we get to the point where a decision needs to be made when a guy's only been there for 1 year? To me, that told me everything I needed to know. I mean, even after having talked to Brian on, I guess, late Thursday night, people in his camp and other people there at Auburn, I didn't know how it would all play out, but certainly as I talked to people there, I still think it's going to be very, very difficult to bring him back under these circumstances with everything that's been out there. But it's Auburn. You guys have been around that program forever. Who knows?
Well, you've covered college football forever. Have you ever seen, especially with the timing of this, we're in the second week of February, have you ever seen another situation like this?
No. not like this, not with not with guys only been there for 1 year. But again, the complexities at a place like Auburn are unlike anything else in college football. There's a lot of programs out there who have a bunch of cooks in the kitchen. Certainly, Texas comes to mind. It used to be that way at Alabama before the guy that's there now got there, Nick Saban. But we could sit here and talk about a lot of those different situations, but nothing quite rises to the level of Auburn. We're different guys. You just sort of rise and fall in power. I'm talking about power brokers. At some point, this guy, another point, it's that guy. Go back to Gus's time. Well, some of those power brokers sort of lost that battle. The president, current AD Alan Green, went out and made their own hires, brought in Brian Harsin. I don't think anybody there that, sort of from the old guard was real thrilled about that. Well, now here we are. That hasn't worked out. Auburn lost a ton of football games down the stretch. There were complaints about all the coaches and players, about treatment of players. We've got somebody in the administration that's talking, interviewing these people, current and former. And you have the Board of Trustees meeting. Was that last Friday again?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's when President Hughes comes out and makes his comment. Oh, by the way, your head coach is on vacation. Your vacation had been scheduled. So yeah, it's a mess. I mean, there's no other way to explain it than that. It's a big mess. And then you have a signing day where you don't sign anybody. I'm not. You asked me. I know I'm sort of being long-winded. No, I've never seen anything like this. But I'm not just completely surprised because of some of the complexities and dysfunctionality we've seen at Auburn over the last several decades. And yet, guys, people point the finger. I know it's frustrating for Auburn fans. There's so many fans that love that place, love that university. Throughout all this, look over the last 12 years. Auburn's won a national championship. They played for another one. They played for an SEC championship in 2017 when they beat Georgia and Alabama back-to-back. If they win that game in the SEC championship, they play potentially for another national championship. So it's not like it can't be done there. It's been proven in the last decade or so that you can win at a high level. So if Harsin does indeed not make it, I think there will be interest in this job because it's one of those jobs out there in college football that you look at and say, yes, even with all the outside noise and some of the things going on, you've got the resources, you've got the position, you've got a great fan base, you've got a history of winning. It can be done there at the highest level.
Chris Lowe is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Chris, I'm interested because you brought up Nick Saban, and Alabama was like that between Bear Bryant's retirement and the hiring of Nick Saban, and Mal Moore sort of stood as the firewall between the boosters and Nick Saban. Alan Green hired Brian Harsin, and he doesn't seem like he's the one that wants to fire him. What is the power of Alan Green? What's the future of Alan Green right now at Auburn, in your opinion?
No, I don't think Alan. Well, I think it's more, honestly, guys, more precisely, I don't think Alan is in the loop to fire. I don't think Alan's making that call or running the show. Nor do I think Alan's going to be there long term. He's been wanting the last year of his contract. I think he's got about 10 months left. He's been put in an impossible situation as well. Let's be honest. I mean, he's the guy that did hire Brian Harsin, and now here we are a year later, and he's sort of out of the loop on sort of what's going on with the upper administration, trying to build a case or decide, or President Hughes' word, separate facts from fiction on whether or not they want to keep their head football coach. Keep in mind, that statement didn't come from the athletic director. How many statements have you seen from Alan Green? So that tells you right there that he's not in this loop. I think Alan is a smart enough guy that probably for the last 5, 6, 7 months, he's been looking to get out. In fact, I know there's been some jobs that he's been in line for or wanted to get that maybe just didn't work out. I don't think next year, whoever's the head football coach, that you'll see Alan Green as the AD.
It may mean what I'm about, or may seem what I'm about to do is playing semantics. I'm really not. I just wonder how you would characterize the meeting that was reported by your team at ESPN there on Friday with Alan Green and players. Do you know if, because I do think this matters, do you know if this was Alan Green just being a good soldier and going in and talking to players? Was this players going to Alan Green saying, hey, what's up? We got to stop this. Do you know the details of that meeting?
Well, no, I don't know the specific details. I think Alan has tried to be a good soldier with everything. I don't think Alan is working against anybody. He's certainly not working. I don't think he's working against Harsin or the establishment there. But just he's in that. Imagine being in his shoes right now. He's in a tough, almost impossible situation. I think the players. Clearly Brian Harsin has support from some players on the team, and I think they're hearing all these things. They're reading them. Things on message boards, on talk radio, and they just said, listen, we want to talk to you about what's going on. We want to talk to you and say, this is what we want. This is why we think Brian Harsin is or isn't our guy. And, they just wanted to get in front of somebody of note. See, the other thing I think is interesting here, or people need to understand, is Brian was frustrated before he left to go on vacation because he couldn't get any answers on what he could pay his assistant coaches, what the salary pool was. He's got an offensive coordinator he's got to hire. And it just basically was hang up after hang up. And he asked to meet with the board, or have a board, a sit down with the board to sort of say, hey, what do we need to do to get this done? Because I need to hire an offensive coordinator, some more staff members, and was told by the president that that's not a good idea, that's probably not going to happen. And that was, I don't know, in the days leading up to his vacation. A vacation, I want to add, that was already scheduled. It wasn't like he just threw his hands up and said, I'm going on vacation. A lot of coaches go on vacation right after signing day. And so he left to go on vacation. So I think there was already a lot of frustration there that he could not get that done. And he talked to Alan Green about it. I think he reached out to some board members on his own to try to find out, hey, what's the hang up here? What's the snag? And wasn't given a lot of answers. I think that in itself was a pretty red flag for a lot of people. But I still, in my conversation with Brian the other night, don't think he felt like when he left that they were aligning to potentially fire him. He knew there was some issues. He knew there were some things on the board. He knew there were a lot of things going on. The new president was getting ready to be named. I think they were finalizing Bruce's contract. So he knew there were some things out there. Did he have a great feeling about everything? No. But I also don't think he left to go on vacation thinking they were getting ready to fire him.
Well, if Auburn does go in that direction and they decide to part ways, and whether or not they pay him the 18.3 or they try to fire him with cause, either way, what direction do you think Auburn goes? Who would be the next head coach?
Gosh, guys, who wins the fight? Who wins the battle? It's sort of where, first of all, just how surreal is it that we're talking about Auburn, one of the great programs in all of college football, potentially having a third head coach in 3 years. Just think about that. That blows me away. I don't know. I think some of the same names the last time. There was a lot of support for Kevin Steele because of what he'd done there. He certainly knows the SEC. He's recruited well, but then there were some people who didn't want Kevin Steele because they saw that as being, the same guard is going to push him in. They're going to have too much power. Whether that's fair or not, that's sort of going to be the perception. I do think Kevin Steele is a good football coach and will do a good job there because he knows that place. Hugh Freeze is another name. I hear a lot about Freeze. Freeze is a guy that's won in the SEC. He's recruited at a high level. He beat Saban. He beat Kirby Smart. He's a terrific developer of quarterback talent. But he does have the fact that he left Ole Miss on probation. Even though, he was cited for failure to monitor, Bruce Pearl, who's come in there and just been a godsend for Auburn, was fired for unethical conduct. And I think at some point, I bring that up, at some point, Hugh Freeze has sort of served his penalty. He's had nothing else since he left. If he's the guy at Auburn or Tennessee or LSU, whoever wants, then he ought to be able to come back to the SEC. I think Lane Kiffin is a guy that might factor in there. He's got a big buyout because he just got a new contract at Ole Miss. Is Mike Gundy a guy that they could talk to? I think he's been interested in a few other jobs. in the last couple of years, and he's probably done as underrated a job at Oklahoma State as anybody else in college football. Are there guys with Auburn ties out there? Jeff Grimes, Eli Drinkwitz was there for a while. He's the Missouri head coach. So, of course, we've named about 6 guys, and you guys know how it works. None of them will end up getting the job.
Yeah.
If they do end up, getting Harsin, which, again, I want to reiterate, I think ultimately that seems to be what's going to happen. I mean, I just think it's become untenable to bring him back. But, I don't know. Right? Who's going to make the call? How much influence will the new president have? Is this going to be Gooch's call on his way out? How much are the board of trustees, the ones that have been heavily involved, and how much influence do they have? Are they on the same board? Last time they weren't on the same board. I think had they been on the same board, then I think probably Kevin Steele would have gotten the job, and there wouldn't have been a search. But what happened is Alan Green, they decided, you know what, we're going to go out, we're going to do our own thing. They bring in Brian Harsin. It has not worked, although, to be fair to Brian Harsin, he's only had 1 year. But there were questions about bringing a guy from the outside, a guy that had not recruited or coached the SEC in the Deep South, how that would fit. Well, so far it hasn't fit. Now, 3 years from now, if he's allowed to stay, will we see a different result? Maybe so. I do think Brian's a really good football coach who's had success. I don't think you get dumb overnight or get to a position overnight when you can't relate to kids. Maybe it is just coming from where he was to a different part of the country and sort of feeling your way through that. And here's the other thing I think that needs to be pointed out. Every coach, when they come into a new situation, have players leave. Go back to Nick Saban's first year at 07 in Alabama. You have coaches leave because you're trying to bring and establish your culture and your infrastructure. Is that sort of what's happened here? Now, you don't necessarily have 20 guys in the transfer portal. But when Saban came in 07, there was no transfer portal. So the game's changed. I think this is all maybe a long-winded way of saying the truth probably here, what's happened, or how this has gotten to this point, is somewhere in the middle. And now it's up to Jay Gooch and the powers that be at Auburn to figure this thing out and get it right. Because at some point, again, the great Auburn fans, they're the ones that are losing in all this.
He is Chris Lowe. Go follow him on Twitter at CLoweESPN. He's been on the forefront of reporting on this situation and will continue to do so. Chris, thank you for the time. Know you're busy. We greatly appreciate it.
You bet, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. That is Chris Lowe with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What kind of deal you think Kevin Steele has with NetJets? That dude. I mean,
all over the place.
He's from one job to another.
I'm not surprised that he ultimately took the Miami job, though.
Right.
But Josh Gattis is a little surprising.
No, that did surprise me.
I mean, it's like everyone has bought into what Cristobal is trying to do to try to recreate this Miami Magic that we haven't seen in 20 years.
Yeah, but if you're Josh Gattis, and let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing first, and we appreciate Chris being with us there. Right now, Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, great guy right there. Greg from Pell City, if you want to look him up on Facebook there, you can call this number 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection right there on your roof, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. And right now, Greg is willing to get up on your roof and do a sort of a maintenance, preventive maintenance on your roof and service some of the roofs and check out all the pipe jacks and the vents and replace any that are damaged right now. He'll check the flashing and the sealant around the chimneys and any possible other entry areas and entry points on the roof. That complete inspection and repair is $99 there. And if everything looks good, he'll just treat that as a no-cost inspection that you get there. Free no-cost inspection. Get more details on what Greg is offering there to take care of all those possible leaking spots in your roof with the pipes and the flashing and all of that. And to get a free no-cost inspection, you just call Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. If you've ever been up on your roof, there are a lot of little places that water can get in there and damage your house. Greg takes care of all that. He's been doing that for over 20 years locally owned. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're Josh Gattis and you're sitting here waiting, right, for Jim Harbaugh to be interviewing for NFL jobs, as he was doing, and you get the hint that you're not going to be the head coach if he leaves, which he hinted to in his text to his players when he left.
Said he wasn't appreciated.
I found out the last 4 days that I'm not as appreciated as I thought I was, by the administration, then you don't know what your future is. And it's obviously Harbaugh, 2 interviews with the Vikings, that he had a desire to be in the NFL. So what's going to keep next year him being in the NFL? And I don't have control over my situation at that point. I've got to go find a job. Why not take one with a guy you're familiar with at Miami, and they're going to pay you a boatload of money? I think it's a smart move on his part.
Well, look, maybe. I'm just saying the Michigan program is much better than Miami, at least right now.
It is, but you don't know the situation is
And
going to be that way.
Gattis still does have the resume of being a Broyles Award winner from this past year, so I don't think Michigan's going to go off the rails next year. Michigan's going to be in a much better situation than Miami is, and you've still got an opportunity to go elsewhere after next year.
It might be personality as well. He may know that he blends with Cristobal. They were together on the Alabama staff, right?
Absolutely.
Did those overlap? I lose track of all the assistants.
I do think they were.
By the way, I don't know how great of a hire this is for Cristobal.
Oh, I don't either.
Compared to nobody, which is what he
compared
had.
to nobody, yeah. Look, on paper it looks
he's a Broyles Award winner. You were just commenting on how good he is. How it's not a good hire?
Well, because the offense was awful for Michigan in 2020.
Yep.
And you bring in Matt Weiss from the Baltimore Ravens, who's your quarterback's coach, who brings in these run elements from that Baltimore Ravens offense, was there for so long. Michigan's offense was good this year because they could run the football.
Right.
So I don't know if that was more Matt Weiss or Josh Gattis. We've seen Gattis in the past. Didn't blow me away. I know the guy can recruit. Maybe ultimately it's a great hire. I don't know.
Yeah, recruiting is what, Cristobal trying to build it a lot like, Nick Saban did. If you can recruit, man, he usually finds a place for you on that coaching staff. Better quarterback situation at Miami or in Michigan? Miami. Got a pretty good quarterback down there. I know you love TVD down there.
Well, you're still trying to figure out who your quarterback's going to be next year. You've got 2 guys that played at Michigan this past year, and you're trying to figure out who that guy's going to be.
They did not overlap, by the way, at Alabama. Let me correct myself on that. Cristobal's already at Oregon.
But they do have
I'm sure they know enough about each other.
And they've coached in the same places, so they've got the same type of terminology and work ethic. They know they come from the same same background.
If you're not happy with Harbaugh,
yep.
Maybe
or
I'm not
Michigan. Mike Hart is a name that people are like, if Harbaugh left, Mike Hart's going to get the head coaching job there. He's beloved in Ann Arbor.
That was a great running back there, right?
Yeah,
he was.
So, he's apparently going to be the heir apparent there to Jim Harbaugh. So if I'm Josh Gattis, well, I'm never going to be more than the OC. Well, let me go here, and if we kill it at Miami for 1 year, and by the way, in Miami, who am I not having to play this year? I don't have to go through Ohio State to win my division, do I? I just have to win the C division, the Coastal.
Yeah. Lesser.
Miami this year, I'm just interested in their schedule now because there is going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of expectation when you've got Van Dyke coming back at quarterback. You were 7-5 last year, and you've put together this staff.
I think they win the division.
Oh,
that's a low bar.
They play at Clemson.
Yeah,
that's one though. They don't.
Yeah. They're the other division. They're the non-Clemson division.
You've got
they're over there with Pittsburgh and
at Virginia Tech. I don't know what to expect there.
Brent Pry first year.
Virginia first year with Tony Elliott.
Yeah, it's
at Georgia Tech. They're going to be garbage again.
That division is wide open for Miami to go in there and win it with a good quarterback.
Who's their non-conference? Who's their big non-conference game?
Oh, I don't even know. BCU to start the season.
That's Bethune-Cookman.
Yep. Okay. Out of that, they've got Southern Miss. They got to go to A&M.
Yep. Oh yeah, I forgot about that game.
Good helmet
Tennessee
game.
State.
Good helmet game. Miami and Texas A&M.
You don't see that one a lot.
That'll take you back to an old
who knows what.
Old Cotton Bowl days.
Lance will be all about to you that day. He cannot stand Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
We'll have Lance doing this.
All right. When we come back, we'll do Rockstar's viewing menu and then get back into best and worst of the weekend. If you have a best or worst from the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill, you can give us a phone call, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Anything from Harsin to Bama shooting, Auburn basketball to Jelly Walker, or anything else, NASCAR, golf, which was interesting, a ton of stuff out there. It is Super Bowl week, 734-0923 are over in the Farmfolio chat room. And the show today being brought to you by our friends right there at Gutter Cap. We were just talking about how important the roof is. Well, also that gutter cap can protect that roof, protect that house, and our friend C. Stu does it better than anybody in the business.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, you need to get with our friend Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap. It's a lifetime warranty, 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com or 823-2212.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Mason, who's watching us on Facebook in the Farmfolio chat room, do you guys think the support that Harsin is getting from the fan base is helping his case at this point? It felt like the fan base stopped Steele from being hotter the first go around, or was that more Alan Green just taking control of the situation?
I don't know how the fan base is. I know like 20 people showed up yesterday at Timbers. People I talked to over the weekend, at least some Auburn fans. I talked to one Auburn fan that wants to keep Harsin, and the others I talked to said they're ready to move on.
Yeah, I think the longer this drags on, though, if it appears that this happened to Tuberville. I mean, fans were ready to get rid of Tuberville. They just didn't like the way it went down. And so Tommy, he gained back some fan support, and that will continue to happen for Harsin. People, your average person doesn't like to see somebody treated this way. You either got the goods on them or you don't. If you got the goods on them, fire him, and then defend yourself in court when you end up there. Or if you don't have the goods on him, let the guy do his job. Whether I think he's doing a great job or not, I think most people think he should be given an opportunity to at least do the job you're paying him to do.
Best and worst of the weekend is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. AJ says his worst of the weekend was losing Mike McDaniel to become the head coach of your Miami Dolphins. He's a Dolphins fan. He's a 49ers fan.
Yeah, if you guys remember when this guy first came on the scene, I was very much unaware of this guy, and we played the video on the show, and I'm like, I'm all about this guy. I want him as my coach. I cooled a little bit because of their postseason performance. I mean, their offense was not good in the postseason. But reading more about this guy, the thing they really do well is what he gets credit for. He's a run game genius, apparently. That's what I brought up. And you're like, how are you a run game genius? I've heard of a pass game genius. Apparently, that's what this guy does well, is he coaches the run game, and that's all San Francisco really does well.
Well, my question would be, do you have a Deebo Samuel on that roster? Because that's one of the reasons the offense was effective this past year. And let's not forget, this really is Kyle Shanahan's offense.
You know who a lot of people point at, and he didn't have a huge role this year for Miami, is Lynn Bowden from Kentucky.
Yeah,
right.
That he could play a Deebo Samuel type role for him. Some people point at Waddle. I think Waddle's too valuable as a receiver to use him in that. Maybe some, but not a lot.
I don't know. I mean, Deebo Samuel was, the most valuable receiver too.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot Waddle. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Best of the weekend for him is the Anthony Lynn hire he guesses there. Kerry, the best and worst of the weekend for him, just a worse, NASCAR moving the number of the car to the front corner panel and having a halftime show. Also the effort in the Pro Bowl. Pro Bowl is long gone, never be good again. Royal Payne, worst of the weekend, Bama basketball, whose entire system is based on shooting threes, and now they're ranked 318th nationally in shooting threes. That is a bad.
Yeah, that is bad.
If you build your offense around something, you should not be ranked 318th in the country in it.
I mean, that's the thing. I give you this. You're right. A lot of those shots, they were good looks the other night. But if you're Nate Oates, you got to recruit shooters, right?
You need somebody to knock those down.
Yeah, I mean, you really do.
So that is a great point there by him. All that's brought to you by
the
friends.
Pro Bowl is unwatchable.
Yeah.
I watched one drive yesterday. Kyler Murray threw a pick six. I was done with it. There is zero effort in the Pro Bowl. And what blows me away is I read this morning, the winners of the Pro Bowl get more than the losers of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's long been a bone of contention for a lot of people. And it makes they're trying to incentivize people to make that a good game. It's never going to be a good game again.
Just don't have it. I mean, you got to be able to do something else.
I'll tell you why the NFL has it. I don't know if we'll get it. It's the TV ratings. That thing will kill in the ratings. You'll be stunned how many people watch that game.
You can't even find a good number on that to gamble.
Oh, I'm sure you can. Why would you even gamble
so
on
why
it?
are people? Because numbers are so big with the NFL because fantasy's big.
That is right.
People like to wager on it, but it's a little different.
Okay, but what were your choices if you were sitting at home yesterday and it's too cold to get outside? What were your choices on TV?
Netflix.
Okay, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't pay for Netflix. What are your choices?
A lot of people watch NASCAR or they watch golf.
Yeah,
There's a little thing called the Winter Olympics that's kicking ass right now.
By the way,
see the point?
Not 1 second yet.
I mean,
I've
really,
never been this deep into it. First of all, I forgot it even started.
I forgot it was on TV.
Did they have an opening ceremony?
I think they did Friday,
Yeah,
but it was in the middle of the night.
I
in
passed
China.
it on the guide a lot, but I never stopped.
But see, you got my point, right? What else is on TV yesterday? There's a lot of this country that doesn't get outside this time of year.
I'm not a big reader. I would rather pick up a book.
A lot of people don't read. I'm just saying, there's nothing on TV to watch.
But that would be like, I will be blown away if these are big numbers.
Well, what's
and
a big
I know the
number?
NFL. I mean, I don't know. You tell me on a Sunday afternoon.
It'll be. I would say, just offhand, it'll be bigger than the PGA Tour event, which Pebble Beach is a decent draw.
Yeah, I believe that.
It'll be bigger than the NASCAR race. It'll be bigger than any NBA game. It'll be the most watched sporting event on TV this way. It'll be bigger than any college basketball game.
Yeah, well, I do believe that because the NFL is king. I just can't believe people watch it.
I can't either.
Not 1 second of that either. I didn't watch 1 second of that either. But what is Rockstar watching tonight? It's the question. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or go online, danielmooreart.com.
Not much on TV tonight either, but one movie I remember.
The Winter Olympics.
Came out when I was 10 years. Hopefully they're doing ice skating tonight. 7:20 on Action Max. Lance, do you remember Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man?
I did. Mickey Rourke and Don Johnson.
That's right.
I've actually seen it.
So did I.
I suffered through 90 minutes of that.
Bad, good movie. And then 7 p.m. on Hallmark, you got, see if you guys can guess. This is a really good one. Pecan Summer. What do you think Pecan Summer on Hallmark is about?
Pecan Summer.
Somebody moves to a farm in North Carolina, picks pecans, falls in love under a tree.
I'm going to go South Georgia.
I'm going to say it's a Georgia love story.
Yeah.
I don't have the location, but Amanda has to work with her ex-boyfriend, JP, to sell her favorite aunt's pecan farm. Putting aside their differences, old feelings start to rekindle, and they question their life paths.
I don't necessarily like just eating a plain pecan. Pecan pie is one of my favorites, though.
I hate pecans.
Brown's mom does a really good
She does a good pecan pie. Outside of that, I really don't like pecans either. Yeah.
I mean, what is the mush underneath? Is it ground up pecans?
Yeah,
No, it's a lot of brown sugar.
Yeah.
Butter.
Yeah.
Ton of butter.
All the
good
stuff is
stuff
bad for you.
Ton of butter.
Yeah,
I mean, you want a
bad.
calorie count. Pecan pie will get it for you.
I'll get you over the top.
And then 9 p.m. on TLC, do you all remember the 1,000-pound sisters?
I don't.
Well, they got the 1,000-pound
That's not
best,
the Olsen twins, right?
Best friends. No, they are probably the, I would say,
100-pound twins?
220?
125. But 1,000-pound best friends, 4 obese best friends struggle to lose weight together. That is on the Learning Channel. The Learning Channel.
And you wonder
think they had to DQ together or Sonic?
and you wonder why people are watching the Pro Bowl. Did you just hear that line of crap?
So yesterday when the Pro Bowl was on, we went straight from lunch, and Jack and his best friend Ryan had never seen First Blood.
Yeah, right.
So we threw that on.
It seemed like you've been trying to show that to him for a couple of weeks.
We did a Lethal Weapon run the last couple of weeks, so we finally got to First Blood. I had to call my boy Tommy Firestick. My Firestick kept
buffering.
Yeah.
Yep. That's your internet, right? Is that what Tommy told you?
I don't think it is the internet, though.
Yeah, mine did that too. So we tried to finally watch The Graduate. Not a big fan.
That's a good movie.
I've never seen it. Well,
The Graduate from the 70s?
Yeah, I had never noticed that films like that, also like James Dean films, we have such a short attention span now, but like in The Graduate, the pool scene where he's under the pool, like, that is like a 90-second scene where it just shows him underwater. It's like,
Simon and Garfunkel, though.
I get it. I know, but just still, it's such a long. When he's running to the wedding chapel, it is such a long run.
Yeah, they used to show passage of time a lot more.
Like in westerns, you'd see people riding with the sunset.
Let's analogize the Dustin Hoffman Graduate situation to Brian Harsin right now. Because I don't know if you guys have seen The Graduate. You have, right?
I have, yeah.
Like, I think once you bang somebody's mom, you can't like date the daughter. I think that we're past the point of no return, right?
Okay. Yeah. And Mom forbade it.
Well, he left with Catherine Ross. She knew the situation.
Yeah. Like, their faces on the bus ride at the end of the movie, they're just like so excited, like, well, hell, what's next? What are we
and so this is, to me, it's Brian Harsin knowing that the powers that be at Auburn right now are maybe fabricating. Maybe some of these allegations are true. I don't know. But if they're fabricating this stuff, to me, that's a point of no return.
So if I'm Brian Harsin, and they are fabricated. Let's just, again, for purposes of this question, assume they're fabricated. I've got two options. I'm the coach of the team, or you're paying me $18.5 million. It's really your choice. That ball is in your court.
What would you rather have if you're Brian Harsin?
At this point, I'd rather have the $18.5 million. Because if Auburn...
But I can't indicate that, because if I indicate that, then that gives as they would say in negotiation, them a little power back.
Because
Leverage.
if I've got $18.5 million, that tells the entire world all those allegations about me were untrue. They would never give me the full amount they owe me if any of that was true. So it's untrue, and now you've paid me enough money I don't ever have to work again.
So do you think it's easier for Harsin to go back, or the fact that Catherine Ross actually left with Dustin Hoffman after knowing what she knew about their relationship with Mom?
Okay, now help for those that didn't see it. Catherine Ross is the daughter. Leaves with the boyfriend after knowing the boyfriend slept with the mom.
Yeah, right, yes.
Or Harsin. It was not the original place I thought you were going with the comparison.
Yes, no, me too. Yes, I was a little nervous.
That's why I gave you the RCA dog head tilt.
No.
Yes.
Because it would
which
be hard.
Brand apparently does a lot. We got an image over the weekend.
I'm laughing at that image.
Oh, okay.
No, but would you guys agree, like if it was me, or if it was you, or if it was Brown, or if it was Rocky, if one of us knew the other three really didn't like them, it would be difficult to come to work.
I do it every day.
But
especially if you watch Friday's extra bonus show, I learned LT hasn't liked me for 13 years.
I knew that would stick with him. I knew it when I
all
walked
weekend
away.
long.
That's a shocker.
I was doing sit-ups this weekend with LT's picture on the wall, like I was in prison.
And kissing him.
I think, Lance, that these coaches are outside of Mike McDaniel. My favorite Mike McDaniel reaction, I just tweeted about this, is how does he get respect in the locker room? That guy can't be a leader of men.
He's a Yale grad, by the way.
So ridiculous. So
apparently, one of the reasons they wanted to hire him is because of how well he gets along with players.
Exactly. He's a player's coach, and he's a really smart guy, but he wears glasses and he makes jokes at press conferences. He's never played on the field. How's he got to get respect? Play offensive line, then come talk to me. Those people drive me insane about football.
Like, you have to drag your knuckles
to
lead men? No.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Anyway.
Leadership is earned.
Anyway. These guys are driven differently. These coaches are driven differently. They're type A personalities. These guys are they're driven differently. So to assume that Brian Harsin would be happy just getting $18.5 million and never coaching again could be an awful assumption. Like, I think that might be very unfulfilling for him.
I don't know I don't know why people fabricate and make things up. I think it's ridiculous. There's enough going on in the world right now.
Well, people do it to get their way or to make themselves look better. We've seen a situation where people tell lies to make themselves look better.
Right. Yeah.
But you guys heard, towards the end of the season, there were reports that Harsin wanted out. Now, whether they're accurate or not, I don't know. But, again, why would you make something like that
Because
up?
he kept getting tied to the Washington job. That's where those reports were that you're talking about, right? When Washington came open after they fired Jimmy Lake, there were numerous people saying, big national guys saying Brian Harsin had great interest in that job because he knew the Auburn situation was untenable. As we go back and look at it now, do you believe that there might have been some truth to that? That if Brian Harsin had been offered that job, he would have taken it?
Based on what's going on, yeah.
Yeah,
but Kalen DeBoer ultimately got the job
That's
from
right.
Fresno.
That's right. So I don't think that speculation was entirely untrue, that Brian Harsin, if given the opportunity, with all that we now know, might have pulled the chute and gotten out of there and everybody would have been happy. He's happy.
Can you have a happy existence if Brian Harsin stays? Because back to
it's tough.
The Catherine Ross thing, ultimately, we didn't get to see the Graduate Part 2. I guarantee you, even with years and years of therapy, that thing was going to divide.
Oh, it comes up every night. I didn't mow the lawn. Oh, what's crazy? You slept with my mom.
You can't come back from that. It might be a good year, maybe a good 3-year run. You beat the odds.
But really, it's like the Woody and Demi Moore movie. What was that one? Indecent Proposal. Yeah, I love that movie. But you're all about the $1 million, and then when she comes back, it's you never can get it out of your head.
That's right. Yeah. So $1 million. So would you have done it for $950? Would you have done it for $800? That's the question.
For the record, I wouldn't have done it at all.
Well, I know.
What would Maggie pawn you off for, though?
A bottle of wine.
2 million pounds.
Tea and crumpets. That's it. All right. We'll continue the conversation about what happens, and if news breaks, we'll interrupt and jump in on the Brian Harsin situation. Ush says, in his opinion, First Blood is a perfect movie, right? Or at least a perfect guy movie.
Which one?
First Blood.
Oh, yeah. It's a classic from '82.
Yeah.
They push Brian Dennehy pushes John Rambo a little too much. Just let him eat in your diner. He was going to walk on through the town.
Yeah, just a little too much.
Let him eat in your diner.
When we come back, what you will see too much of, in one person's opinion, during the commercials at the Super Bowl, and before the day is done, Kevin Bacon playing tribute to Tom Brady.
Interesting.
You've got to see this as we roll on. First, a injury update on the Super Bowl. Where are we on tight ends? Because both people have some tight end issues. Uzama for the Bengals and Higbee for the Rams.
Uzama says he's playing today.
I couldn't. Yeah, I think Uzama's got a better chance.
Yeah.
Higbee still got that sprained MCL, and I couldn't sleep last night in the middle of the night. I didn't have my phone next to me. I know you guys sleep with your phone on the bedside table. And I was going to Google the latest on Higbee. I really haven't seen it today. But
Precision Sports with that injury update. Brown jumping in on the Uzama that he wants to play, thinks he's going to play. Higbee, LT doesn't know.
I don't know.
That's from both camps right there. Our embedded reporters, Brown with the Bengals all week and LT with the Rams all week.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
All right, before we get to the phones here, I will tell you part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg.
Hey, and remember the Valentine's Day. When is that? Is that 2 weeks from today?
Today's the 7th, so a week away.
A week away. I can't keep up with it.
It falls on the 14th this year.
Hey, wow.
It's the Monday after the Super Bowl, isn't it?
Our friends at Bromberg's, they are making arrangements for a beautiful Valentine's Day. You can receive a free bouquet of fresh flowers with your Vietri hibiscus glass vase purchase. Our gorgeous Vietri vases, mouth-blown in Italy, available in a rainbow of beautiful colors in 3 different sizes. Prices begin at only $59. Plus, their master engraver, Harold Herglotz, will add a romantic hand-engraved Italian sentiment for only $10 more. Quantities are limited. Call or stop by to pre-order. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Every time you say Vietri, I always think of cans of V8s growing on a tree.
I never liked V8.
I can't
I don't know that I've ever had V8.
Unless you put vodka in.
Yeah, I could do it with vodka, but I wasn't a big... And I love like tomato soup, salsa, but I just didn't like the V8.
Me too. I like a tomato soup with a grilled cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I had a grilled cheese on Saturday, Rockstar.
Did you now?
I hadn't had one in a while.
Right after Auburn survived Georgia, I fired up the old grill and did me a grilled cheese.
Fired her up.
Yeah. Hey, John's down in Mobile with us. Best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Doing great. Hey, listen, the worst for me was Alabama shooting. I mean, they couldn't throw it in the Black Warrior River from the park that we used to go take our dates and watch the submarine race on the bank of the river.
They could not.
I got two bests. One was a couple of weeks ago, learning that Doug Marone will no longer be the offensive line coach. You gotta have people. You gotta have that offensive line be able to block, and just about any offensive work if you block right. And number 2, all this chaos at Auburn. I just kind of love it. So anyway,
well, that's all
about power.
Yeah,
it's all about power up there.
Power is is started wars before, hasn't it? Power struggles since the beginning of time, and it can bring down the best. John, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it's just that when Saban came in at Alabama, you had the same thing going on. You had people that, it was their program, and they wanted to have things done their way. And there's a lot. I think Mal was a lot stronger AD than what everybody thought he was. And I think the fact that he had Paul Jr.'s support helped a ton. But you got to have somebody as strong as Saban to come in and shut it, to take over and control the program.
Right, but that only works.
I don't know if Auburn's got that.
They don't, but that only works long term if Saban wins the way he did. If Saban came in and made those demands and then didn't win, either he's out or those power brokers get back involved.
Keep in mind, though, Brown, 5-game losing streak for Harsin and the Birmingham Bowl. Saban lost his last 4 games and went to the equivalent of the Birmingham Bowl back then, the Independence Bowl.
Yeah, what was that? Signing class.
Yeah. The difference was the signing class.
That's right.
And you had Mark Ingram and Julio Jones in one of the best signing classes or the best signing class in the country coming in, so there was hope on the horizon. But you also have to have a group of boosters who are willing to fall in line and say, Mal, you're right. We trust the process. We're going to stay out of the way. Our egos are enough that we're going to put it in check, and let this guy do his job. And right now, I don't think the Auburn boosters have shown they can do that for an extended period of time.
Well, and I think, one of the reasons the boosters for Alabama backed up, but they knew what they were getting with Nick Saban. I think everybody agreed that Nick Saban was going to win a national championship. Nobody knew Nick Saban was going to excel to the degree he has. Brian Harsin, just different situation. My question would be that now that you've got this power group of boosters that are trying to get Harsin out, how did they ever let him in?
That's a great question. I would imagine Alan Green had enough power with Jay Googe in place to pull it off.
Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I'd watch the 30 on 30 on that one. If we got the behind the scenes, I'd love to see that.
And, maybe someday all of it will come out because, NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, a lot of people don't like to sign those. Even if you've disparaged me like Brian Harsin's been disparaged and none of it's true, I don't care if you pay me my money. I'm not signing a NDA because I've got to go out and.
Well, it depends if you want to coach again.
I've got to go out and make sure everyone knows I'm not a racist, abusive, and have been sleeping around with my wife. I need to make sure all three of those things are proven not true because I don't want to live with that the rest of my life.
If he walks with $18.5 million, it's proven not true.
Well, yeah, it's proven not true. But at the same time, as long as your circle, your family, and your friends, they know that stuff's not true, and I'm getting my $18 million, I probably could
figure it out.
Sign that NDA.
But I'm going to want to coach again. I'm a young guy.
Well, that's what I said. You don't know what drives him. $18.5 million may not drive him.
I want my money, but I also want to go coach again. Right. And I'm not going to do that with some of this stuff hanging over my head.
I think regardless if this is all fabricated, I think Brian Harsin is going to have some baggage that he's going to carry from this, unfortunately, if it is all fabricated. And if it is all fabricated, this is going to hurt the Auburn program down the line. Because if you're another guy, like even Hugh Freeze, he would take this job, but, throw another name out there. Lane Kiffin, not that he would leave Ole Miss for Auburn right now, but there's no chance you would leave a pretty good job for Auburn if you've got guys that would fabricate things behind the scenes to get you out after 1 year.
That's exactly right. All right. Wall Street Journal says this one industry will dominate the commercials for the Super Bowl.
Cryptocurrency.
And it's not beer. It is cryptocurrency.
Yep. Red hot right now.
How many commercials can they do on cryptocurrency?
Well, I mean, you've got a new. It's probably. I mean, it's not going to be the actual cryptocurrencies. It's going to be the platforms you use to buy them from, like Crypto.com that Rockstar always references. That's the race now. Coinbase, Crypto.com. All these these platforms where you buy and sell. You trade the cryptocurrencies.
Well, if it's not funny, if they're not doing it in a funny way, then I just want funny commercials during the Super Bowl.
I can't tell you how they're doing it.
Is there any way we can make a Bitcoin an NFT?
Yeah. Well, see, what I need, Rockstar, is me buying my cryptocurrency, and as I'm buying it, some big linebacker knocks me out of the screen. Every time I go to buy my Bitcoin, what was the linebacker when I was making copies?
Terry Crews?
Terry Crews.
Was that his name?
I think it just knocks the crap out of me.
Terry Tate, yeah.
Yeah, just knocks the crap out of me. Oh, my Bitcoin. I want funny. What was the one where they herded a bunch of cats and all the Cowboys were clawed up? That was Bud Light, wasn't it?
It was a Bud Light commercial, yeah.
I mean, those are some of my favorites. All right, Super Bowl this week, 4.5-point favorite for the Rams. When we come back, we jump into Auburn basketball. Stephen Pearl before a road trip to Arkansas, the assistant coach from the Tigers, part of the conversation when we come back.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We roll on. Always good to get a humble brag from coaches when they join us on Zoom when they've got nets hanging up behind them, showing that they've won championships in the past. We'll talk to Stephen Pearl in just a second after I tell you this hour of the show always brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 down in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken for your lunch today, dinner tonight. For your Super Bowl party this weekend, it's our friends at Champy's world-famous chicken.
If you got them, smoke them, right?
If you got them, smoke them.
Stephen Pearl is with us, assistant basketball coach at Auburn on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Coach? How are you?
What's up, fellas? Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Bruce Pearl said after the game, look, I mean, if they're good enough to beat Alabama and almost beat us, this is a better team. That Georgia team, I don't know what it is about playing in Athens. They did beat Alabama and gave Auburn absolutely everything Auburn wanted.
Yeah, well, you look at, their SEC games, and really the only game that got away from them was at Kentucky and at Auburn. The rest of their games, they, put 49 on Arkansas in the first half. They just hadn't been able to put two halves together. They're in every game or leading every game in the first half. So it's definitely a capable team. Obviously being without Zep Jasper in that game was big for us. While he's not, going to score a ton of points for us defensively, he's our heartbeat. And, he kind of keeps us calm and he keeps us together. And without him out there, obviously we showed some signs of struggle, and we weren't nearly as good defensively because he's the best one-on-one defender in our league. And having him out there, makes us just so much better on that end. And he's so solid on the offensive end. He's a less is more guy. So obviously, playing on the road as the number one team, you're going to have everyone's best shot. And, but good teams find a way to win tough games. And, I think at the very end, obviously we made the right plays at the end to finish that one out.
Well, hey, with Zepp out, Wendell Green gets the start. He has the 19, the game-winning layup. I know Jabari and Kessler, those guys are going to get the headlines, but what has Green meant to y'all's team?
Obviously off the bench, he's been that spark plug. And people ask, why is Wendell coming off the bench? Obviously he's a Bob Cousy top 10 finalist for point guard of the year. But when you're able to bring someone off the bench that can help that second unit have that spark, because sometimes when teams go to their bench early in games, they fall off a little bit. But when you're able to bring Wendell in there and mix him in with Jalen Williams, mix him in there with Dylan Cardwell, mix him in there with Devin Cambridge, you don't lose much when you go to your bench in those first couple rotations. So, he's been an unbelievable guy for us to be able to bring off the bench and keep us going offensively. He's done a great job picking up his defense this year. Last year, at Eastern Kentucky, he was all offense, really didn't play much defense. And he had to convince us that he was going to guard to come here. And I thought he's done a really good job of that so far this year. He did a really good job in the Georgia game trying to defend. But with that being said, he was out of gas in the second half, and he settled for some tough jump shots and didn't get us into our offense. So, he's going to have to play heavy minutes with Zep being out. And he had to play heavy minutes against Georgia. And I think it showed later in that game. He was a little more tired than he usually is.
Stephen Pearl is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. The new AP poll just coming out. Auburn is still number one in the country with 48 first-place votes. Gonzaga and Purdue 2 and 3. Little road trip, quick turnaround. Bruce talked about tired. Maybe the team's a little tired. You've watched this team all season long. This is the part of the year where you've done a lot of work to get to number one. The tournament's a month away. It can drag on. Mentally, where are you guys as you go into a tough road game on the road?
I think we're in a good spot mentally. Obviously everyone's tired right now, so it's not just us. But I think the great separator for us is our depth. So we're able to play, 10, 11, 12 guys. So we're gonna have to rely on our bench a little bit more in this home stretch. In the last game, we felt like we had to play Wendell and KD heavier minutes. So we did look a little more tired than we usually do. But, obviously with Zep being out, it's next man up. So we got to do a better job of playing our bench a few more minutes to give those guys a little more rest. But, our biggest strength all year is we've worn teams down throughout the first 30 minutes, and we've been able to take over games in the last 10. So we got to continue to do that. We got to stick to what's gotten us here. And, like I said, everyone's worn out. We just got to, obviously play through fatigue. Mentally, we got to be a little tougher, and we got to finish games.
Well, I was amazed when I had a chance to sit close to the bench at the Oklahoma game at how many guys you have charting stuff on the row behind your bench. Do you guys chart like number of touches for Jabari? Do you wish those were higher in the last two road games? Do you chart things like that?
If we're not charting it, we should, because we didn't get Jabari nearly enough touches. We got the number one draft pick on our team, and we just, didn't get him enough touches. But Georgia did a really good job, I thought, of getting the ball out of his hands. Every time the ball went to him, they went and doubled him. So we got to have some stuff, to combat that. At Missouri, he was 2 for 15, so he did get a bunch of shots up. He just didn't make his shots, which is, not normal for Jabari. So, being young, tough road environments, it's good for him to have those experiences to be able to continue to improve. And, I would expect at Arkansas, obviously, we want to play through him a little bit more because he is so talented and he is so special. And offensively, when he gets it going for us, it makes us a much better team. As you saw, Jim, at that Oklahoma game, I still don't know how the hell you got those tickets right behind our bench.
One of your big boosters likes me. I quote his favorite Alabama fan. That was the quote he told me.
That's fair. But we cover the numbers as far as plus minus minutes, fouls, all those different things to kind of keep on it during the game.
Stephen Pearl with us for a few more moments of the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. One more basketball question before Lance asks him a string of Vizsla questions. And I'm sure those are coming. I knew that when I saw this on the schedule. Hey, you know this, like being the number one team, this is a really good conference, but when you have a really good conference, that means there are a lot of teams that are quote-unquote bubble teams, and you are their ticket to the tournament. Beating an Auburn is their ticket into the tournament. How much of that do you talk about with the team so the team kind of understands that's the environment they're going to almost every game they play now?
We had to address it. Usually, when we got into the top 5, I think that's when we started really talking about it because you have a bigger target on your back, but obviously being number one, it's even bigger. So I think, having gone to Ole Miss, having gone to Alabama, having gone to Missouri, having gone to Georgia, that was the case in all 4 of those games. And I think our guys experienced that and, obviously in person, and they got to see, listen, like these guys are going to play at a different level every single time we go out there just because there's a number next to our name, and we got to understand that. And we got to be ready for that. Just being perfectly honest, are 4 of the better teams in our league with Arkansas, Florida, Tennessee, and Mississippi State. So it's going to be even harder. A couple of those teams, like you said, are on the bubble right now. So if Arkansas is able to get a win like this, if Mississippi State or Florida are able to get wins like these, it changes their season and it gets them into the tournament. So they're playing for more than just trying to knock off the number one team. They're playing to get into the tournament, and one win against the number one ranked Auburn can do that for them.
So I will bring up the Vizsla. Your fiance's got one, right? I think we talked to your father about it last year. I've had my Vizsla for about 3 years, but Katie Johnson, more energy, Katie Johnson or a Vizsla. Vizslas are nonstop.
Well, Vizslas get the zoomies, right?
Oh, yeah.
KD gets the zoomies sometimes, and he just starts just going wild in the middle of a game. So, yeah, I can compare KD and our dog Nelly to when they get the zoomies and they just get those crazy bursts of speed, and then they have to lay down for a little bit. So, yeah, that definitely. KD Johnson a breed, he'd be a Vizsla.
Yeah. So when do you have a date on the wedding? It's going to be after March, after April, first week in April, I assume.
August 28th. We were supposed to get married last year in September, but wildfires out west postponed it. It wasn't COVID. It was wildfires. So barring no more, acts of Mother Nature, August 28th out in Tahoe, we should be getting.
Well, wildfires last year. If it's locusts this year, I'm going to say you're being sent a sign at that point. Yes. Yeah. Well, Stephen, man, thank you, but we appreciate you so much jumping on with us, and safe travels out there to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you anytime.
All right. Thank you. That is Stephen Pearl, assistant basketball coach at Auburn, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah. See, there you go. Brand new arena. It's still a little choppy on the internet there.
I did notice that, yes.
I gotta do that. I found that to be the case, too. When I was at the game, I was trying to tweet some stuff out. Like
the Auburn game or the Alabama game?
The Auburn game. I was there. Sonny Smith was honored. And so I shot a nice little video, and I was trying to upload it to our Next Round live Twitter.
Right.
And it when I went to get drinks downtown afterwards, it finally loaded right then. I was like, well, that was 2 hours ago.
You forgot about it. Saved in the drafts. Huh?
It just, as I was walking to downtown, it loaded. Interesting trip. This was, if you go back to, I forget which game it was, they listed Auburn's schedule and probability of winning the rest of their games. The win probability was all in their favor all the way through it. Except this one was 56%. This one was, when they did the win probability, this was the toughest game remaining on their schedule.
Yeah, look, we're talking about a team that, it was weird. Arkansas had lost 5 of 6. Now they've won 8 consecutive games. They are playing really, really good basketball.
This is the team we thought they were going to be before the year started.
Yeah, I remember having Wimp on about a month ago, and he's like, the biggest disappointment in the SEC, and I agreed with him at that time, was Arkansas. I haven't seen the updated top 25. Is Arkansas ranked now?
Let me pull
at
it
18-5, they should be.
Well, but here's the thing. I think we're just playing probabilities here, right, with Auburn, that if the SEC is the best conference in the country, boy, a lot of smart people, Lance, say that it is. What are the odds a team's going to go 18-0 in the best conference in the country? That just does not happen. So you start to say, okay, Auburn is the best team in America. 16-2 in this conference would be a phenomenal record. Try to find the two.
Yeah.
And this would be one of the two that you could convince yourself.
Good call by you, first off. They're not in, but they're 27th.
Okay.
Very close to being a top 25 team.
I would have Arkansas favored tomorrow night in this game by 1.
Okay.
So I would list it as Arkansas 1. I think it's going to be right around pick. We'll see where it comes out.
That is hard for Vegas to do, though, with the number 1 team in the country, right? To make them underdogs.
Alabama was favored over Kentucky. I mean, that's
It
feels
about
a
little
same.
different, even if you're 2.
I know
that you could be an underdog. It's hard to be number 1 and be an underdog.
Auburn could be as much as a 2-point favorite. Arkansas could be as much as a 2. It's going to fall around a pick to me. I think Arkansas will be listed at 1. We'll see. I'll take Arkansas -1 right now.
For a steak?
Yeah.
Right now?
Right now. Would you
I'm
do
just
that right
throwing
now?
it out there.
That's a pick.
I mean, this thing could Auburn could be
We
a
don't even know the
2-point
number.
favorite.
We don't even know that it could be value for you, Jim.
I mean, Auburn's the best team in the country.
There's no doubt.
This Arkansas team's hot. Let me think about it.
Well, how bad has North Carolina gotten? Did you guys watch any of that Saturday night before the Bama game? You were at the Bama game. You didn't see it done away. It was embarrassing.
No, it was. And we talked about it. I was at the Alabama game, but we saw the score update and everything happening because it was Coach K's last visit to Chapel Hill, right?
Yep. He made the most of it.
And
you go right back tomorrow, trust me.
The fans were booing him and everything, as you do in a rivalry. No shot at
there's
North
no problem with
Carolina.
that. Yeah.
That's what you do. And especially if it's your last chance to do it and you know it's your last chance. Yeah. When that program changes coaches, and I mean, I think Herbert's a great hire. Hubert
and his brother Herbert
Hubert and Herbert.
Yep.
I don't think he is.
I don't know that he's a great hire.
I think he's a great hire, but when that place is, I mean, it seems like a guy I would have hired, is what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a great hire. You know, the proof's in the pudding. He seems like the guy I would have hired. Seems like, okay, that makes sense to me. But when they change coaches, who are the 2 coaches after Dean?
Well, Guthridge immediately replaced
after Guthridge, but after that guy.
Matt Doherty.
Yeah, Matt Doherty was a trainer.
And I thought to myself,
trainer.
I thought, man, that's the guy I would have hired. Man, this is going to work. Matt Doherty.
That's why you go out and you get a proven guy, and that's why Hubert's not a proven guy.
Yep.
And North Carolina could have named their proven guy. Guthridge, had 1 run to the Final Four. Dean Smith did that purposely, where he would get the job. He timed that thing out where they could go no other direction but Guthridge.
And he had a good team, and he was hoping he could build off a good team, right?
Yeah, and I'll say this, though. North Carolina, just watching them, they remind me of Alabama because they can play really well, and then they can play as bad as they played, losing by 20 at home to Duke. They were 12-0 in Chapel Hill before that game
I think
Saturday.
The flip side of this is Duke's a really good basketball team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're very good. Yeah. Very good.
And Coach K, has timed this to where he's going to go out maybe with a deep run. The AP poll is out. Auburn stays number 1. There was some debate on whether or not they would still be number 1 or not.
Well, because I saw somebody saying that because they had a close win at Missouri and a close win at Georgia. I'm like, dude, those are road conference games. And you made a great point. Gonzaga's a phenomenal team. Now, they played at BYU Saturday night, late Saturday night.
Which is
That's a tough place to play.
That was a skull dragging.
It was a skull dragging, and that's a tough place to play, BYU. But as Dunaway said, Auburn's having to go to good places and play road games of the Southeastern Conference. Gonzaga's playing road games at places that have pull-out bleachers.
Yes.
And you're absolutely right. They're going to a lot of places that have pull-out bleachers. Their road schedule is not near as daunting as
Auburn's. They're going to finish 25-2. And I don't know this is what's going to be interesting. Auburn's going to lose another game or 2. I just think it's inevitable.
I don't disagree with you.
And I think if Stephen and Bruce were honest with us, they'd probably say we want to lose a game or 2.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I guess my question would be, I continue to say Auburn's the best team in basketball. Are they still going to get that number 1 overall seed? Not that it necessarily matters. It's a nice pat on the back for the program.
It is. It's a great accomplishment. But you can win the tournament without it.
Gonzaga is going to finish with 2 losses.
They are.
So they're going to go 25-2 in the regular season, and then they're going to win 3 or 4 games in the conference.
But I would say Auburn with 4 losses is far more impressive than Gonzaga with 2. Just based on conference you've had to play. Now, Gonzaga played a better non-conference.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
But that conference schedule.
But as long as you're on the one line, it doesn't really matter. I guess the further you're down from the number 1 overall seed, then your tougher 2 is in your region. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess it does matter a little. But just being a 1 seed is going to be huge for Auburn. Tough game at Arkansas. I'll think about that because anytime you got a chance to go with the best team in the country,
and you're
as deep
catching
as they
points,
are, and you're going to give me a point.
You're catching a point.
Seems too easy.
Yeah,
I'd try to get a point and a half if I were you.
Auburn, Gonzaga, Purdue is at number 3. Purdue is a really good basketball team.
You got size too.
Yeah, Arizona is 4. Arizona beat UCLA And then to my point on how tough conferences are,
well, yeah.
UCLA flipped around and lost to 6-win Arizona State. The same type of situation
on the
that
road,
Auburn
right?
was in.
Tempe, yep.
On the road in a 6-win
That's
Arizona
right.
State team. Same situation Georgia was in, and UCLA got it handed to them. Kentucky, by the way, who LT said is a Final Four team a month ago, all the way up to number 5 in the country. Houston, one of my Final Four teams, number 6. Duke is 7. Kansas, Texas Tech, and Baylor has dropped down to number 10 now. Providence, UCLA, Illinois, Wisconsin, Villanova.
There's
Ohio,
one of my Final Four teams, Villanova.
Ohio State, Michigan State, Marquette. Tennessee is at 19. Texas is 20. USC, St. Mary's, who's in Gonzaga's league, Murray State, UConn, and Xavier's your top 25 from the AP poll. A little note on the AP poll, how insignificant it is for college basketball. Last 2 years, first round losses. 6 AP top 25 teams lost 2 years ago, 2 tournaments ago, first round of the NCAA tournament. Last time, 7 top 25 teams lost in the first round of the NCAA tournament. AP top 25 doesn't translate to success in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, but a lot of the 15 to 25s are going to be 6, 7, 8 seeds. And so those are really difficult games. Even your 5 seed going to go at 12.
It's 5, 6, 7. It falls into that category.
What's crazy, though, is almost anybody you talk to coaching in college basketball, they put a ton of weight in the Ken Pom. That's the Ken Pomeroy analytics rankings. That's the thing they put the most stock in. Andy Kennedy even said it on the show. I asked him about the NCAA net, which was the old RPI, and he said, I pay more attention to the Ken Pom, which UAB's done pretty well there this year, by the way.
They're 38th right
now,
by the way.
Yeah. They still have Auburn 7th. Ken Pom still has Auburn 7th.
What doesn't make sense with the Ken Pom, which will just make you pull your hair out if you have any, is that LSU's lost 6 of 7 games. 6 of 7, and not against like Alabama's scheduled 3 of the top 5. They're 16th in the Ken Pom.
I mean, Alabama's 19th.
Yeah.
Those teams are easy in the tournament.
Yeah, easily in the tournament.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, if you just bracketed your tournament right here with the Ken Pom, LSU's a 4 or 5 seed.
When Lenardi's bracket comes out tomorrow, his updated bracket tomorrow morning, UAB will be one of the first 4 teams out as an at-large team.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah,
as an at-large team.
Yeah. Look, I saw Alabama as a 6 seed in a bracket this morning. A 6 seed.
Oh, I didn't think
as bad as they're playing.
I didn't think we'd see it with UAB, but if they don't lose that Marshall game,
I know.
They went out and even losing the tournament, there's a chance they get in.
Yeah, right. If they haven't lost to 2 games, they should have won. Marshall and I think it was Rice after their 2 big road wins. They'd be in the tournament as an at-large team.
They would be.
Now.
Yeah, they'll be a discussed team. I mean, I think Andy's team. But they'll probably end up winning the conference tournament if I had to guess. So I think this is an irrelevant discussion in the long run, but I think they've got a shot. Yeah. And let me tell you what, man, Jelly Walker's the type of guy that we said it early, we need some games.
But also, it's a television product too, and Jelly Walker's the kind of guy you want to put on national television and watch it unfold there. All right, good to have Stephen on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Let me tell you about our friends at Bud Light, one of our great sponsors here on the show, and what they have working right now. Brown had some of these. I have yet to sample one of these. I know Lunsford had one behind the glass. You've sampled a couple. It's the Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, and we've got a variety of pack of those just in our cooler right now. 4 classic flavors of the Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda right now. You get the classic cola, the cherry cola, the citrus soda, and the orange soda, all with the pop of pop right there in the Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. And it comes with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. It's available wherever you buy beer. Our friends at Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. Rockstar?
Auburn's made a statement here.
Okay.
If you want to do that real quick.
Rockstar, if you'll hold that big button.
Hold on.
Developing news from Auburn.
Yes. The Auburn here's the statement from Auburn. The Auburn administration is judiciously collecting information from a variety of perspectives, including our student athletes, and moving swiftly to understand any issues in accordance with university policies and procedures. Decisions regarding the future of Auburn and its athletics programs, as always, are made in the interest of our great university and in fairness to all concerned. We do not make institutional decisions based on social media posts or media headlines. End of statement.
That's wise.
Well, yeah, I would not do it based on social media posts or media headlines, but I mean, I guess I read that and say Auburn is looking into this.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a lot of words to say we're looking into it.
We're buying a little bit more time.
That's right.
There you see it right there.
You
But
begged us for a statement. Here you got it.
we do not make institutional decisions based on social media posts or media headlines. My reply to them would be, why in the hell are there media posts and headlines?
That might be what you want to look into.
Because of your institutional decisions and leaking of the stories from your boosters. That is why there's been headlines for the past 4 days. People in your corner leaking stuff out about your head football coach. We'll continue the conversation coming up on the other side. Rockstar, we'll play it when we come back. A little Kevin Bacon tribute for Tom Brady and Trash is up next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Mac is up in Huntsville. Hey, Mac, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, guys. I enjoy your show, but every now and then y'all say something that's not quite accurate, and I say I've got to call and at least try to help out real quick.
Please do.
One of you guys mentioned that Bill Guthrie went to the Final Four once. He went twice.
Okay, that was me.
He went his first year and he went his third year. I remember that because he was an 8 seed and they got hot. And
Brendan Haywood could not be stopped in that tournament. I remember.
There you go. So anyway, again, not picking on you. Just I thought, nope, that's not right. You got
Do you remember? Were you living here? Because was it his first run that started here in Birmingham, or was it the other one?
It was the other one.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he beat Stanford.
He beat Stanford. There was
8-1.
Yeah, it was an 8-1. They beat Stanford. I was at that game, and it was just what was incredible about that is that I'll never forget this. They played Quinn Snyder in Missouri in the 8-9 game on a Thursday night. And it felt like it was at the BJCC, obviously. And, Mac, it felt like there were 2,000 Carolina fans there. There were almost no Carolina fans.
Well, there probably were. They probably traveled just like Kentucky.
Buddy, let me tell you what. Between Thursday and Saturday, Carolina took this town over. By the time that game tipped against Stanford, there were probably 15,000 Carolina fans.
I remember the run. It was Brendan Haywood. Stanford couldn't stop him. They won one more game, and they faced Teddy Dupay and that Florida team in the Final Four that ultimately played for the national championship.
No, we always love the correction, Max. Thank you. We do this without a net every day, high wire, and a lot of it by memory. So thank you very much for the phone call there in the Farmfolio chat room as well. You can jump in with the conversation there. Urology Center of Alabama every week gives you an information that you need to know.
Hey, are you considering a vasectomy? Studies show that a vasectomy over 99% effective at preventing future pregnancies, making it the most effective form of birth control. In fact, about 500,000 U.S. men undergo a vasectomy every single year, and it's covered by most insurances. If you and your partner are finished building a family, look no further than the expert team of urologists at the Urology Centers of Alabama. They have performed thousands of non-invasive vasectomies on men all across the Southeast. Getting a vasectomy, it's safe, it's effective, will not impact your hormones or libido. The procedure is also fast, and in most cases, you'll be in and out within an hour. Now, keep in mind, it's still surgery, so you'll need to give yourself a little time to heal. After a couple of days, you can resume some routine activities, but you'll need to avoid sports, lifting, heavy work, and sexual activity for at least a week or so. Timing should be discussed with your urologist. Schedule an appointment today by visiting urologycentersofalabama.com or call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-SNP today.
Everybody paying tribute to the GOAT, Tom Brady, on his retirement this Super Bowl week, including the great Kevin Bacon from his TikTok. Here's Kevin.
Okay, here is a GOAT song, if they'll let me get through this. Well, he's done amazing things, and he's got those 7 rings. He's a winner. Still looks good in football pants, and he's mostly eating plants when he has dinner. He's a Brady. Whoa, 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 he's a Brady.
He's close to those goats.
About Tom Brady. Tom Brady's retired.
Oh, Kevin Bacon there, everybody.
Yeah, I thought he'd go away.
Oh, there's a second verse.
Tampa Bay, I was mistaken.
Is he going to run with Kevin Bacon?
I'll tell you, he's got a little Tom Brady in him when you look at him just in the sunglasses and hat.
He really does.
Yeah, but he's a Brady.
I think it's the chin and the smile.
Now, Kevin Bacon's one of those rock stars that goes, he has a band, right?
Yeah, him and his brother.
He
Bacon
goes out
Brothers.
Yeah.
Him and his brother tour, they go all the time.
Have you ever seen them?
No. I think he does some media stuff, but it's all like the Billy Bob Thornton thing where everybody wants to talk to him about his career and everything, and they don't want to talk about the music.
Yeah, I remember when Matt and Scott were doing the Morning Express on Jocks years ago.
Wow.
I remember they had Kevin Bacon on. I listened to the interview.
They were in town for a concert, right?
Yeah.
You coming through?
Yeah, they actually were playing at the 5 Points Music Hall.
5 Points Music Hall. Used to love that place.
And him and he was on an interview with somebody, got really uncomfortable because him and his wife Kira Sedgwick were big investors in Bertie Madoff, and somebody brought that up. That's not it was not a local interview, but it was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, we've got Kira Sedgwick coming up in trash.
How random is that?
That was intertwined right there. We don't plan that stuff. It's all nuance of the show. Hit it, Rockstar.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
Because
Why
I
do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell good. I
Yes.
feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
The attitude is he got a little Leon in him from.
He's got like these glasses on. He's so. And she keeps asking him questions. He keeps diverting. He's like, "You and your wife are divorcing? I want to talk about. Let's talk about music. Talk about music."
Who is that?
James Brown.
James Brown
From 1988.
The old Godfather of Love.
Soul.
Hey,
Love in that cut.
James Brown coming up in trash.
Yeah,
are you serious?
It's just all intertwined
This
right here.
is so bizarre.
It's I got chills.
James Brown and Kira Sedgwick, same story.
That's odd.
I can't wait.
It's like Rockstar playing
if
this.
you're in need of some quick cash, keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. You can get a cash-out refinance. You can make the most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 239 Equal Housing Lender. We start first with a man has been charged with trying to drug and kill his father, allegedly to get access to his bank accounts.
Wow. It seemed like a step too far.
Liam Gershoni, 24, was with his father moving furniture into an apartment back on May 9th. The father told detectives, according to charging documents, father said that after the two ate dinner, his son made each a cup of tea, and his son poured a, quote, white powdery substance into his father's cup.
Sugar, Dad.
Father said his son told him the powder was to, quote, give him a little energy, according to police.
Where, like, we see this in the movies all the time, the stuff you just put. Where do you get that? Like, if you were going to kill somebody,
The CIA.
If you were going to kill somebody and you're like, I got to get the stuff to put in their coffee, where would you go to get that?
Yeah.
Asking for a friend.
I mean, I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Right?
I think it would be easy to, anybody on the street could probably get a bag of weed, but to get somebody to kill somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know where you buy that.
If they were moving furniture, it'd have been a lot easier to been moving a couch downstairs.
That's right.
Dad, you go backwards and you give a little bump there. Boom.
Dad.
You've lost him at that point.
Now, the father became unconscious and was on the floor for almost 3 days, according to documents. Now, blood testing revealed that the father had, this benzo, I think they call the drug.
Benzos.
Yeah, the benzos. The medical website WebMD describes the benzo as a tranquilizer drug, often used to treat conditions such as anxiety, insomnia, and alcohol withdrawal. Police said the man likely would have died of dehydration if officers had not arrived when they did. Father's ex-wife told detectives that her son told her that he drugged his father to get his cryptocurrency accounts.
Cryptocurrency.
See?
Yeah.
It all goes back to crypto.
It'd be easier just to ask for the PIN number.
So two people who were looking after a cabin in a remote part of California were rescued this week after being snowed in for 2 months once the food supply started to dwindle. Now, the unidentified couple called the Sierra County Sheriff's Office on Tuesday morning, asking to be rescued from a cabin in the northwestern part of the county, about 2 hours north of Sacramento. Now, the couple told officials they were stranded there after a winter storm in December, left behind significant snowfall and fallen trees. Sheriff's Office asked the Highway Patrol to airlift the couple and their small dog out. Now, the couple was, quote, running low on food. They did make it out, though.
Good for them.
That'd be kind of scary.
I feel like, and look, we live here in the South, so we don't know a lot of heavy snow, but I feel like if you're stranded in a snowstorm for 2 months, you haven't really made a huge effort to get out. That feels like we're still stranded. All right, start another fire up the Netflix.
But here's the thing. If you don't have signal, if you can't, get in touch with anybody, you don't want to wander out into the snow.
Well, you don't. But I'll be honest. I mean, we worked with somebody once before. Their weather was always colder at their house and their driveway than anybody else's that worked with us at jobs.
That driveway was going to ice no matter what else happened anywhere in Birmingham.
I mean, the Penguins and the Flyers played on less ice than that driveway.
And the driveway wasn't at an angle. It was just a straight
flat driveway. But Buddy, it would ice at a drop of a hat.
Hey, Belgian police searching for dogs in a Brussels apartment have discovered 37 cannabis plants as well as a collection of dozens of poisonous spiders, scorpions, and desert-dwelling lizards. Weird haul
It's an
here.
emporium.
Prosecutors said Friday that 2 men arrested in the apartment during the raid are being investigated for animal welfare violations in addition to facing drug-related charges. Now, police made the unexpected discovery on Wednesday after they were told a strong cannabis smell was coming from a building. Officers searched an apartment where a father and his adult son were arrested. In addition to the cannabis plants and 228 grams of marijuana, they found 52 tarantulas, a python, 3 scorpions, 4 turtles, and 2 bearded dragon lizards.
All those weird animals and a bunch of pot. Everybody had that friend in college, right?
Yeah. Those two things definitely went hand in hand.
Okay, here we go. Future stars that were on an episode of Miami Vice. Did you guys watch Crockett and Tubbs back in the day?
Oh, heck yeah. I loved Miami
Not
Vice.
as much as I should have.
Yeah.
I'd see it every now and then.
I didn't realize.
You know, everybody watched Knight Rider. I didn't watch as much as I should have.
Well, I mean, it was the most popular show on television at one point.
was.
It was Friday night. I remember watching it when I was a lot younger. I don't remember it coming off the rails, which we'll get to in a minute. You tell me if you remember this part of it, Rocky. But Bruce Willis was in season 1, episode 7. He played arms dealer Tony Amato in the show's first season. I remember that.
So was that before Moonlighting was a big deal?
It was just before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Julia Roberts, season 4, episode 22. She made an appearance as Polly Wheeler, an art gallery, a drug dealer's assistant with a penchant for bad boys.
She was also on Law and Order, I saw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Julia Roberts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Law and Order runs the marathons occasionally, you know, that. And
Occasionally.
People who got their start on Law and Order. Yeah.
These are other Miami Vice.
Oh, that was before she chose a career of prostitution, Julia Roberts?
Yeah. That was before that. Another guest star, Kira Sedgwick / Phil Collins, season 2, episode 10. Phil Collins stepped in front of the camera to play game show host conman Phil the Shill Mayhew.
I remember this.
Moved to Miami from London, quickly set about depleting the bank accounts of the city's richest residents with a shady drug deal. His accomplice? None other than Kira Sedgwick.
Ooh. She's a good accomplice.
Saucy.
How about Benicio del Toro, season 3, episode 23? Benicio had a bit part on Miami Vice in 1987 as Pito, an ex-con turned thespian.
Was an ex-con that was an actor? How about that?
Was he good looking then?
I think
He's
he's
going to pull a picture up of him. You wouldn't recognize him.
Oh, seriously? Because I would say he's got a very...
he needs disco.
Benicio del Toro has a very
distinguished
look. Yeah. I mean...
Michael Richards, Kramer from Seinfeld, season 2, episode 17, played a sleazy bookie. And finally, Chris Rock was in season 4, episode 7. Now, this is when the series took a sci-fi turn for the worse. I don't remember this. That is Benicio?
Yeah.
It's a steal from the episode.
I mean, that's when he looked young and healthy.
Oh,
looked like he hadn't slept in a couple days.
Yeah.
He's always had the eye problem, but boy, that looks nothing like him. So anyway, this episode also featured an appearance by James Brown, who played an alien. Chris Rock plays an eager young records clerk who researches UFOs and aliens. I had no idea this series took a turn to sci-fi.
James Brown was an alien?
I guess that maybe jumped the shark moment. Is that what you're saying, Lance?
I would believe that was
Boy,
the
they had a
moment.
lot of
Bing
guest
Rames
stars on there. Chris Rock was on Miami Vice?
I just did the...
Chris Rock?
Yeah,
was Benicio del Toro on there?
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Happy birthday,
no way
Chris.
Phil Collins was on
Happy
there, though.
birthday, Chris Rock, today, by the way.
How old is he?
58 or something like that?
I would say 55.
57, maybe. 57.
Matt Stafford, 34 today.
Matt Stafford's birthday today.
Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look back at
Rockstar.
30 years ago, 1992. Here were some albums that were coming out. The Chronic from Dr. Dre.
In what
Classic.
year?
1992.
92.
Rage Against the Machine. Check Your Head, Beastie Boys. Core from Stone Temple Pilots. Blind Melon. And Baby Got Back from Sir Mix-a-Lot. Some television premieres back in 1992. The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. Melrose Place, Larry Sanders Show, which I absolutely love.
Great show. Hey now.
The Real World. Barney and Friends, Dateline NBC, Red Shoes Diary, and Martin.
Red Shoes
Diary.
That was a good show, man.
It was.
What's in the diary today? Hope she gets naked.
A lot of feet and showers. Red Shoe Diary.
Television series that ended in 1992. MacGyver, Cosby Show, Growing Pains, Golden Girls, Who's the Boss, Night Court, and The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Sounds like we made a change in television right there in 1992.
That was some iconic ones stopping.
Here were some movies that were released. Few Good Men, Basic Instinct, My Cousin Vinny, Unforgiven, Wayne's World, The Bodyguard, White Men Can't Jump, and Captain Ron.
All that in 1 year?
Yep. And celebrity deaths in 1992.
Think about how little we have in movies now that come out. I mean, those were some iconic movies in 1 year.
Yeah, two of my favorites with My Cousin Vinny and Unforgiven.
Captain Ron.
And A Few Good
Captain
Men.
Ron's
I
a
like
funny
Captain
movie.
Ron.
Yeah.
Swab.
Basic Instinct, A Few Good Men. I mean, that's, wow.
Celebrity deaths, in 1992. Anthony Perkins, Benny Hill. I didn't realize he was dead that long. Sam Kinison. Sam Walton and Robert Reed all passed away in 1992. 30 years ago.
Or Sam Walton. Never caught a break in life, did he?
Never
No,
did.
he had a huge store.
You think his family cashed in on that death?
No, not yet. They're going to.
For me, Benny Hill was, we didn't have HBO as a kid growing up. It was even before cable. HBO was even invented. Benny Hill would come on.
Bug Zapper?
Because you get to see the pepperoni.
Every now and then, there'd be a naked breast on there.
Yeah. I think it was every episode with Benny Hill.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was on local TV. It was like Fox 6. And usually it was in that episode where they'd just play the music and people would be running around the park.
Every episode.
Yeah. What was the music?
I can't play it. We'll get marked.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, the new year is here. It's always your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right have the perfect solution for empty pockets, Cash Out Refinance. With the Cash Out Refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity. And the best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every single step of the way and make getting extra cash easy. Get started online today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
Ashley, one of our great female listeners, of course, right when I hit on, the first thing I hear is Dunaway mentioning feet.
That's right.
I mean, it's Red Shoes Diaries. Ashley says, and of course on the movies now, it's because they don't make new movies now. All they do is remake movies.
We got comic book movies. We only do like 10 a year.
Yeah, a lot of those are happening right now. Thank you for your input over there. Jason said, y'all need some version. Rockstar needs a cover of Benny Hill bumper music. Yeah, be hard to do, Rockstar.
Yeah.
I think we probably do without that. All right. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Already Stephen Pearl, Chris Lowe, and Tom Lugenbill on the show talking about college football, Josh Gattis to Miami, Chris Lowe on the Auburn situation, and Stephen Pearl talking about #1 Auburn basketball on the road to Arkansas tomorrow night. This is The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, John Lunsford here from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I understand what it's like to be a bigger guy. Despite my success on the field, my habits did not equate to healthy habits later in life. However, our friends at Way to Wellness have developed a plan to help me and all of us here at the Next Round get healthy without killing the fun that we have as a show. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about Way to Wellness and follow our journey at nextroundlive.com and see how you can win a prize to celebrate our good health together with our friends from Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Lock of the day every day. A little bit of steak bet in here, too. Brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his crew over there handle commercial and residential plumbing needs. They give you free quotes as well. We used to have a flushing sound that would play in a commercial back in the day. It was always a sound that everything's working correctly, and that's what Jeremy and his team always does. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Make sure everything in your house is working exactly right. You can call up and get free quotes on just about anything they do out there, whether it's commercial or residential. The phone number is 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or you can go to their website, ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures. They are licensed, bonded, and insured. So go to the website, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it there. And LT will send out today's lock a little bit later on. I'll take the Auburn Tigers for a steak tomorrow night. Now, everyone is saying, though, it's already out -3.5. It's not out yet, is it?
I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah.
So you're taking it at 1 instead of -3.5?
Well, I mean, 1 is
I'll
worthless.
be really surprised if it's 3.5.
Yeah. Well, 1 is worthless because if you're in a tie, the only way you can do is push us if it's a 1, right? So I would rather, at this point, just go, let's just go straight up.
Okay, fine.
Straight up.
Yeah.
According to
Arkansas wins by 1 now.
According to Bob Holt of the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, who's covered SEC athletics probably about as long or longer than anybody in the world, the last number 1 team to play a game in Fayetteville was. Do you know this? Have you seen it?
I have not. It's Mark Gottfried's Alabama team, and they lost the game.
It's got to be Kentucky, Anthony Davis.
Both of you are wrong.
Okay.
It is 1991. the last time the number one team came to Arkansas.
Wow. Who was that?
UNLV.
Wow.
Can you believe that? That is
What
the
a game.
last
I remember watching that game.
Yeah, that's a Stacey Augmon game.
Up and down the floor. Can you imagine, though, that is the last time the number one team has played in Fayetteville, according to – and look, I trust Bob on that, right? He's good at what he does.
Oh, yeah. Bob was there for the game.
I mean, that blew me away that a Kentucky team has never rolled in there number one. Like you said, Alabama hit number one for a second. They didn't play up there.
It seemed like Alabama lost the very next game after becoming number one.
They did.
Yeah.
I think they did.
I got to be honest, I haven't watched a lot of Arkansas home basketball this year, but I would assume this atmosphere tomorrow night will be incredible.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting. You know, the last time Auburn had a team like this was that Cliff Ellis team with Chris Porter, and that was their first conference loss as I remember it. They went to Arkansas, and they might have even been undefeated on the season at that time. Anyway,
I don't think so.
Maybe
I think
not,
they were a
but-
one-loss team.
Yeah, they were undefeated in the conference, though.
In fact, I think right now the win Saturday tied the start that 99
Yeah, you're right.
team did.
I saw that. So that was a dumb statement on my part. But they went to Arkansas, and Arkansas made everything they looked at that night. And Auburn got run out of the gym.
Number one, Bama lost at Utah.
Wow, Utah, huh?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jay Pear says lost to Xavier and David West.
Ah.
Has Alabama been number one a couple of different
I
times?
think that's the only time they've been there, so we should be that hard to narrow this down.
They lost the game. I know Jay Pear. I don't know Bama JT too.
That is just crazy, though, to think that. I mean, the SEC's had some pretty good teams. Florida's had some number one teams. Nobody ever has played up there as the number one team.
Tommy Firestick said not only did they lose the game after they became number one, they lost 4 in a row. That does sound like Mark's teams.
That's
back
Mark
in the
Godfrey
day.
for you.
They honored. I got the chance to see Wimp right before he went out at halftime. I was running up to get some Dippin' Dots.
Dippin' Dots?
Yeah, because I
Were
didn't
you a
have
future traveler?
I didn't have dinner.
You got your DeLorean?
I didn't have dinner, and
By the way, I'm surprised Dippin' Dots is hung on this long.
so they have a little portable stand up there. So I didn't want a hot dog or a pretzel or anything.
I didn't have dinner. I'll get some Dippin' Dots.
So I was running to go to the bathroom.
Is that how you did it?
I did. I run up the stairs to go to the bathroom. But as I'm going up the stairs, they're lining up the team they're honoring. You know, the great Philip Pearson and Hollywood Robinson. All those people are lined up there. Who was the big man on that team?
David Benoit, wasn't it?
David Benoit was on that team.
Maybe a little bit before that.
It was Roy wasn't on that team, was he?
Roy Rogers? No, he played for
Hobbs. Yeah. Anyway, they're lined up there. Wimp, I shake Wimp's hand. I said, "You getting ready to coach him up in this hallway here?"
No.
You know I am. So I run upstairs to get my Dippin' Dots. So here comes Jimmy Fat walking in, eating my Dippin' Dots. You know, one of those little things gets on right in the right tooth that's a little exposed. You're hurting because it's cold. And I'm walking down there, and Wimp's got them lined up in some order on the wall there. And I'm walking by, and Hollywood goes, "Hey, old man." And I said, "You calling me an old man? Look at you." And a couple of them said hi, and I was like, Wimp looks like Wimp knows you guys aren't playing tonight. He's about to cuss you guys out here at halftime. He goes, he's intense. Wimp had him lined up and was talking to him.
Did
like
he give a good speech?
He did. He was good on the microphone, very short. You know, a lot of times you go a little too deep in those things. But he was short and to the point and thanked everybody. And then they posed for a great picture.
He didn't end it with Mamba out, did he?
He did not.
Did he talk about excavators and stuff like that?
But he was talking.
You with your chainsaw?
He was talking to him in the hallway before they went out, like he was coaching them up to go play a game. And I was like, oh my God, he's intense. But he did great out there and was dressed great. And Tom Hart did a great thing on social media of going to Wimp's house, and Tom went and took a tour of the upstairs that we've all seen.
When we watched the game?
Yeah. Of all the pictures.
The Dolly Parton stuff.
The Dolly. So next time we talk to Tom Hart, let's see if he told him the Dolly Parton story.
Yeah.
Which is still the whole tour, the part that sticks out.
That's what Rockstar always brings up. There's Dolly Parton right there. I met her in Japan.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
In Japan?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about that right there.
I don't want to.
That's my favorite part of the tour. All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, an open hour. We'll get to your best and worst of the weekend if you want to do that. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. You can also jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. What do you get, Mississippi Delta what?
The tamales.
The tamales are down there as well. Also, chicken on a stick. Can't beat it. It's Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. My teenager does when he's making a point. You can't beat that right there. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken.
Now at 205-734-0923.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show here. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today. We're the Next Round guys. Glad to have you along as you watch us on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Facebook, always on Instagram as well. You can get our podcast at Spotify, Apple Podcast as well, Amazon there, TuneIn Radio, and, of course, on the app right there, the Next Round app.
Have you seen this preview? You got to watch it quick because it's a bunch of jump cuts or quick cuts or whatever that ESPN's showing for the new 30 and 30s coming up. There are two that jump out at me. It was on the center TV right there.
But it's not there anymore.
It's not there anymore. I'm sorry. There are two that jump out at me. They're doing one on Greg Norman, which I think could be fascinating. That guy had more heartbreak in his career.
Especially at Augusta, right?
Oh, especially at Augusta.
Yeah, and I think there's so many people in this generation that don't even know who Greg Norman is.
Yeah, I think that one could be really good. And they're doing one. This one jumped out at me, too, on American Gladiators. Did you remember? You remember watching that show?
Yeah.
Both those 30 and 30s look really good to me.
But that was a legitimate competition, right, between two American Gladiators.
Yeah, I used to love American
You would have
Gladiators.
regular contestants come on and they would battle the gladiators.
That's what
and
it
was. A
was.
series of different
That
games and
obstacle
stuff.
course where they shoot the tennis ball out at you.
Remember when John Ritter took a gladiator home from Skin Deep?
He had great profos, man.
But those are two of the new. I haven't seen a full list, but those two in that little promo, I've seen it a couple times, jump out at me.
All right, a lot to get to today. By the way, if you're a Braves fan and you're counting down to pitchers and catchers and all of that, no, the mediation is continuing. Still a lockout right now. It is everyone's starting to say not only is spring training going to be delayed, opening day looks like it's in jeopardy of starting on time.
And the worst news for Braves fans are now the reports that they have waited so long on Freddie Freeman that the Yankees, apparently, according to the media in New York, think they got a shot at him.
Even though they can't necessarily be negotiating right now.
That's right. Yeah, well.
I'd be charging tampering at that point if I was the Atlanta Braves. Let's do your headlines, brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Tell us about those great folks.
My guys and your guys, Rodney and Nick Johnston. That's the father-son. It's a family operation there at Johnston RV Center. 2 locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They offer exclusive lifetime warranties from RV for Warranty Forever on all the new models and used models under 2 years old. They've also got financing available, and they're home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, give us the statement from the university again, Forrester and Brown. The Auburn University on the Brian Harsin situation as we sit here at 12:04 live with you right now. Brian Harsin is still the coach there, and Auburn University is saying this.
The Auburn administration is judiciously collecting information from a variety of perspectives, including our student athletes, and moving swiftly to understand any issues in accordance with the university policies and procedures. Decisions regarding the future of Auburn and its athletics programs, as always, are made in the interest of our great university and in fairness to all concerned. We do not make institutional decisions based on social media posts or media headlines.
Yeah, that from Auburn University there. One thing you don't say is we stand with our coach. You don't see it. A lot of our people are pointing that out.
They're buying time. Auburn right now is trying to find if they can figure out whether or not they can fire with calls. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, but I'll flip to the other side. You also don't say, we know the allegations made against Brian Harsin and our football program, and we're looking into those. You don't even address what you're actually looking at here.
That's right.
So it's super vague on both sides of the fence.
If you guys can do this, remove all of the drama going on and go back 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
If I would have told you that Harsin goes 5-7 in his second year, is there a chance he's fired? Without all this drama.
Okay, so next year he goes 5-7. Yeah, there's a shot. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If you keep him, he goes 5-7, which is a good shot. He goes 5-7. You can't fire him.
Less likely he gets fired. Yes, at this point.
But either way, you're paying him. If you do it now or later on, you save a couple $1 million.
But if you do, and I think this is another thing that whoever is trying to get him out, you've also got to figure out who you're going to get.
Right.
Correct.
So, is it a bridge gap for 1 year?
Well,
might not be worth it. If you've got a guy that you can bring in, if it is Hugh Freeze, and you figure he's going to be the future of this program, if you're going to do it next year or this year, find a way to get the 18.3 and pay out.
You don't make it past Kevin Steele on the Chris Lowe list, who said Freeze, Steele, Lane, or Gundy. if Freeze doesn't take it, by the way, he'd take it.
Yeah, he'd take it.
Kevin Steele's not turning it down.
No, he wouldn't let you get the sentence out.
Yeah.
I've got it. Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah.
We didn't tell you what we're paying you, Coach.
It would be his third job in 7 days, but he would take it.
That is just a hurdle to Kevin Steele. Easily jumped. But
my second job in 25 years.
No.
And Steele's got more in 7 days.
I would say, though, Lance, and I said this Friday, and I'll stand by it, for the power brokers that make this move, it really doesn't matter who they hire. It's just they hired their guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but their guy's not Kevin Steele because they could have already had Kevin Steele.
Well, their guy might be Kevin Steele, but they got beat to the altar by
Alan Green
and
Jay
Googe and Brian Harsin. So I don't think they're all wound up in getting a quality coach. They're wound up in getting their coach.
Right. And also, as Chris Lowe said earlier, and you can hear the whole show podcasted both on YouTube and also at nextroundlive.com, Chris pointed out that Alan Green is about to be out of his contract, and there's a athletic director change coming. And Brandon Marcello and Bobby from Homewood and several other people in the Farmfolio chat room earlier were talking about Tim Jackson as a name to watch when they make a new AD hire. And as Bobby, longtime Auburn fan, points out, if Tim Jackson is the hire as the next athletic director, that does nothing but to wave a big flag that old school Auburn boosters are in control of them. They've got all the power back, and they are running the show again like it was when they got a censure back in the day or whatever it was called.
I mean, offhand, I would guess if you just ranked Auburn Athletics Department employees by service time, you don't go very far before you get to Tim Jackson.
Been there a while.
That guy has been in there a long time.
Yeah. So that's the Auburn situation as we speak right now. Other headlines: Auburn basketball stays number 1 in the country after a 74-72 win over Georgia. Wendell Green asked afterwards about, in this hard-fought game, what was going through his head at the end, and was he ever worried about winning this basketball game?
What do you think it says about y'all that you guys can come up with those answers at the end of a game, and how important is that as y'all continue to chase a championship?
We just got winners, no matter what the circumstance is. We believe in each other. We're 22-1 for a reason. We got winners. We believe we can win against any team in the country, and we got big-time players that's going to make big-time plays. So it just worked out today.
They go to Arkansas next, where LT thinks the number 1 team in the country could be a 1-point underdog in that game, or a slight underdog in that game. So
yeah, I think it'll go anywhere from, I think Arkansas will open up a favorite. It'll be close to a pick, possibly. It could be as high as Auburn 2, as high as Arkansas 2.
You guys in the Farmfolio chat room saying, when is Nate Oates going to adjust? 3 of 30 shooting threes. It's on the coach not to make adjustments. Here's Nate Oates after the loss to Kentucky on the fact that the 3 balls were not falling. If you're expecting adjustments, listen to the coach here.
We've kind of recruited a roster that's going to play the way we play, and we got to finish shots at the rim. And over the season, if you've got shooters, and I feel like we do, I know right now we're not making shots. Shoot, after tonight, we might be last in the league in 3-point percentage. I think we were 13th coming in, but all of a sudden you can't re-recruit a roster to start posting the ball up. And to be honest with you, if you look at post-up points per possession in college basketball, those points per possession aren't very high either. There's some subtle adjustments to make, but you're not going to, over the course of a game, all of a sudden change who you are. Like that's impossible to do.
Yeah. I would say this. Brian Passink makes this point, reacting to how people are criticizing the 3-point shooting. And he said, with all of that, Alabama's offensive efficiency has been in the top 10 in the nation for almost the entire season. And they're now only 16th, which is ahead of where they were last year in offensive efficiency.
Well, that's great, but you're not winning games.
Yeah,
and I would bring this up real quick, Brown. Even when they hit their threes against Auburn, I mean, I don't know, 9 out of 10 probably they win when they hit 14 of 37 behind the arc, when they shoot 38%, and they still lost that game by 19.
That's what I was going to say. If I had told you 2 stats from the last week, if I'd have said, I'm going to give you 1 stat for Alabama at Auburn, Alabama hits 14 threes, you would have said what about that game?
They win the game.
And then I said, okay, Alabama out-rebounds Kentucky. You would have said what?
They win the game.
Isn't that weird?
Or they tell me they hold Kentucky to 66 points.
Yeah, they have both those stats in their favor and lost both games pretty convincingly.
Because the other part was so bad. The rebounding and the defense was so bad against a team like Auburn.
Right.
and the three-point shooting was there.
They can't put it
shooting's
together.
horrible,
Yep.
and the defense and the rebounding is really, really good.
It's why, and Lance and I disagreed with you, but it's why people say what they say about Alabama is that team can go on a run in the tournament, because if they ever do put all that together, we've seen what they're capable of against Gonzaga, against Houston, against Baylor.
Yeah, I just know that I've seen enough NCAA tournaments and had our bubble talk around here enough that you can't rule anybody out of making a run in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
You just never expect that UAB team to make it to a Sweet 16, that Alabama team to be the one that goes to the Elite Eight, that Auburn team a few years ago to be the one that goes to the Elite Eight. That Auburn team really, at this point of the year, never would have said that was a Final Four team.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
And they ended up being a Final Four team.
Fifth in the conference. We talk about it all the time.
Yeah, that's our headlines right there. Our friends at the University of Montevallo want to remind you that if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is the place to be. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Go by there and schedule an in-person tour. Find out why your son or daughter will succeed academically. That's partly because of the student-professor ratio there. 14 students to every professor that helps you with a little one-on-one classwork there, a little academic success. Also 75 different majors, a list that is growing, a great tuition price, a beautiful campus according to Southern Living, and 21 NCAA Division II college athletic sports, fully funded, fully scholarshiped. It's all right there at the University of Montevallo. Big basketball game coming up Thursday night if you want to go pack the sack there and show your support on a homecoming weekend for the University of Montevallo. Thursday night home game there, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Andy Staples says if Brian Harsin was a better recruiter, if they had signed a top 5, top 7 class, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
I mean,
what do you think about that?
There'd be more optimism.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming off, and you mentioned this, Dunaway. You were 6-7 in year one. You lost 5 games to end the season, and then you have a very subpar year recruiting. You didn't sign anybody on National Signing Day, and then you take a trip to Mexico.
But it's a dead period. There's nothing you can do in recruiting right now. I mean,
know,
you take vacation time.
Just talking about the optics.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess yes. If you,
I mean, I don't have. I mean, he's probably had the trip planned for months and months and months.
Of
I don't
course
have
he
a problem with
has,
it, but I'm
yeah.
just saying there are people out there that probably think it's a bad look.
Well, I mean, the vast majority of football fans want you to be in that office 24/7. They don't ever want you to go to Mexico. They don't ever want you to go. They want you in that office 24/7. So that's what football fans want. So it's only whether or not that trip was planned forever, whether or not there's anything Brian Harsin could do differently in Mexico that he couldn't do at Auburn.
Are we sure it's Mexico? It's not the Bahamas. I thought it was the
I
Bahamas.
thought it was the Mexico. I don't, but it's out of the country. Is there anything he would do differently if he were in the office in Auburn or if he were out of the country? I mean but fans, optics-wise, whatever that's worth, optics-wise, fans look at it and say,
but if
you had a crap season, you didn't sign a good signing day, and then you go to Mexico.
If all this crap wasn't going on, we wouldn't have known he was in the office or not. I can't tell you where Nick Saban is. Can you? I mean, is he?
You know what? Doesn't matter.
Is he at Lake Burton?
Hey,
is he at Lake Burton?
Doesn't matter.
I know he's at the Senior Bowl the other day, and that's all I know.
Yeah. So was Harsin, same day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't care one way or the other. They could be in
again,
the moon for all I
one
care.
guy's coming off a top 3 recruiting class and a spot playing for a national championship.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the coaches are pretty much all on the same calendar. They vacation about the same time and do that. And it is bad optics when all this is going on. You're at a vacation that you probably have planned since way back in the summertime that you're going to take the day after National Signing Day. You guys are going to go get away for a week.
Yeah. But to your point, I mean, the signing class, I'm just going to run through some of these guys. And you didn't know it at the time, but some of these guys that were in Nick Saban's signing class, okay? The year after he got off to this kind of the similar start and finished the end of the season bad.
5 losing games for Harsin,
right.
4 for Saban. It was the Independence Bowl for Alabama, which is now the Birmingham Bowl for Harsin.
That's right. And Alabama finished number 1 in the nation recruiting on the backs of these guys. Julio Jones.
Yep.
Marcel Darius.
Yep.
Mark Ingram.
Yep.
Terrence Cody.
Yep.
Dante Hightower.
Yep.
Barrett Jones.
Yep.
Robert Lester.
Yep.
Mark Barron.
Yep.
Damian Square.
Yep.
A lot of these guys are still in the NFL.
Yeah.
Courtney Upshaw.
Almost all of them played.
Yeah. Courtney Upshaw. That's about going to do it.
Yeah.
Were there some names on that list you recognize? I mean, that was the next signing class. It changed Alabama football.
If those type players were coming into Auburn right now, you'd be idiotic to be having these conversations.
You would be. I mean, that class changed Alabama football.
Right.
It changed Alabama football from where it was, and I think Auburn fans don't feel like they've got that type of class. And they don't. I mean, on the surface, they don't anyway. I mean, on the surface, some of those guys I just read to you were on down the list on the stars, like Courtney Upshaw. I mean, I had to go a long way to get down to his name. That guy ended up being a really good player for Alabama.
But just because we're where we are in the signing classes, Auburn didn't sign anybody on the second signing class, but they still had, what was the ranking? 18th in the country in the composite ranking?
It was.
Yeah, but I think what people look at is where they were in the SEC.
Which is not great, especially like I point out when Brandon Marcello, who was on the show with us, pointed out where they are when you combo signing class plus transfer portal. They were 10th in the SEC.
Yeah, because this should be an indication, it isn't always, of where you should be in the next couple of years.
Yeah. They were 8th in the SEC, behind Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee, ahead of Florida and Ole Miss. Anybody complaining about Lane these days?
No.
With his 10th in the SEC recruiting class, also with 18 commitments?
He's coming off 10 wins.
I know. If Lane were 5-6 or 6-6 and was there, there would be a lot of complaints about him.
Royal Payne firing Harsin for cause and then hiring Hugh Freeze, who has a suitcase full of cause, would be the most Auburn thing ever, unless they hired Kevin Steele, which would be the most Auburn thing ever.
But if they try to fire this guy for cause, it is the biggest mistake Auburn athletics has ever made. That is going to end up in a court of law so quickly.
Yeah, I think you got to pay him his money.
You let him coach or pay him his money.
I think it's to the point. I don't know how you can let him coach, because again, if next year plays out and they are 5-7 or 6-6,
you're going to have to pay him his money then. Yep. Now it'll be less, but you're still going to have to pay him.
One time they tried to have a coup and didn't get Tommy Tuberville out, and he backed it up with an unbeaten season. If they had all the power.
If they had just been a little more careful, they would have. I mean, they were just brazen in what they did, and it was silly. I mean, they had Tommy right where they wanted him.
That's right.
And you might make the same argument in this one too. They could have pulled this off had they been a little more careful about what they were doing.
But I made the point on Friday, and LT just did it again. If these boosters would have just sat back and waited 8 months, the optics look totally different if you fire him in November when it's 4-6 right now with a closing game with Alabama in Tuscaloosa still to come.
But you run the risk of him catching lightning in a bottle. I mean, you do run that risk.
Yeah, but if that happens, then you're good.
No, you're not, because you still don't have your guy. I mean, this is all. I don't know.
No, but he could ultimately be your guy. You just don't know that. I mean,
he's not the guy I hired, though. He's not beholden to me.
Yeah,
I think that's part of the issue here.
And that's a big issue.
Yeah, he's not beholden to me. I didn't give him his job. What's he care about me? He's got more power than me now because he's popular. Because he went on a run and he beat Alabama. He upset Alabama.
In order to get the right guy, you got to get those guys out of the way.
Wow. That has long been a problem, not just for Auburn, but for a lot of college football programs.
3 and Out and a lot more still to come on the show that is being brought to you today by our friends at Farmfolio. You guys have been on fire in the Farmfolio chat room, and we appreciate you guys so much for jumping in there and commenting on all of our media streams and also on Twitter at Next Round Live Brownie.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Before we get to the phones, our friends at Michelson lined up to give you better vision in 2022 right now.
Yeah, hey, look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, write this number down, 969-8100. Give them a call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Look, I wore the contacts for years. Was wasting money on contact solution every single year. Finally went in, got screened out once I was a potential candidate. Got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. Now 20/15 vision. Better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Go online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, let's bounce around to a couple of calls here. Let's go first. Let's go to Chad over in Gadsden. Hey, Chad, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Awesome. You good?
Good. Thank you. So I've got two questions, but I'll be brief.
All right.
Let me preface the first one by saying I never agree with the Harsin hire. I felt like Alan Green went and got his buddy instead of getting the best coach available. And then Harsin's made so many off-the-field decisions that I'm just scratching my head, things I just cannot fathom, cannot understand. But first question is, how much of what we're seeing now is Harsin's fault? How much of it is the boosters? Well, how would you break that down?
I'd go 70-30 boosters.
Yeah, I mean, the boosters have the most power, but to your point in asking this, if Harsin were 10-2 and just signed the number 3 class in America, we're not having this discussion.
Yeah, look, he lost 5 games to end the season. The quarterback's a huge question mark going into the season. 18 guys left in the portal. To me, it's just not trending good for Harsin. So I don't know, 50-50 maybe for me.
Let me rephrase that. I'd go 50 boosters, 30 Harsin, 20 Malzahn. That's how I would do it, Chad.
Okay.
I mean, because some of his recruiting has left a hole that Harsin's having to dig out of, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, then my second question is, if this does happen the way it looks like it's going to happen, who is the best that Auburn can get that would actually be willing to come at this point with this ginormous mess?
Hugh Freeze for me, and I think Hugh Freeze is a good football coach who had a bad situation. I know people will make their jokes about how it ended at Ole Miss, but I agree with Chris Lowe earlier. For what he did, he's paid for his sins. He's asked for God for forgiveness. His wife has forgiven him. All of that stuff. A lot of people still felt that Freeze fell on a sword for something that was even deeper going on in recruiting over at Ole Miss. The guy was a thorn in Nick Saban's side for a couple of games. I would go with Hugh Freeze. That would be the one that I think will not feel like a Mike Shula-like out-of-cycle hire if I was Auburn.
Well, I agree with Dunaway that Hugh Freeze is a quality coach that would take the job. I think the problem is now it's going to be hard to get a proven quality coach that would take this job after what is this perceived mess.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Yeah, because if I'm a quality coach.
Like Matt Rule. Like I threw him out as like a dream scenario. Like Matt Rule knows more than likely he's not going to win next year in the NFL with no quarterback. But even if he was offered the same amount of money to come back to the best college job he's ever had, better than Baylor and Temple, and coaching the SEC and Auburn, there's no way Matt Rule would take this job right now knowing some of the things behind the scenes.
Yeah, because if I'm Matt Rule, I look at it and say, they didn't like this guy after 1 year. They were willing to pay 70% of his contract. Yeah, I don't know that I can have a buyout that's big enough.
But if you think a guy like, say, Josh Gattis, and I know you don't, but if you think Josh Gattis is the next great coach, I mean, you can't tell me you wouldn't go ask Josh Gattis to come be a head coach and that he wouldn't take that job.
Well, he would.
Yeah.
I just don't know that I've got an upgrade there.
So I
don't know if I do, yeah.
If there was a hot coordinator you thought was the next great thing.
I'll tell you this, though, and I don't know about Josh Gattis. Again, they had a really good year this year. All I was questioning, was it more Matt Weiss? Was it more Josh Gattis?
Yeah.
The thing I would say, though, instead of going and getting a 64-year-old Kevin Steele is that stopgap, I would take a shot with a guy like Josh Gattis.
Or Jeff Levy, who we all, we heard Kirk Herbstreit rave about all year long with his offensive brain and what he's able to do. I mean, you got to have, to me, with the roster you've got to have a Hugh Freeze or a Jeff Levy or somebody that's going to come in and really scheme up an offense.
The funny thing is, the coordinator out there that's probably got the best head coaching pedigree is Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
No doubt. You would never in a million years consider that one.
Why wouldn't
not?
you?
Well, because he's A, at Alabama, and B, I think most Auburn fans watch the worst game he's had in decades.
Yeah, no, I get that, but here's what I would remember, and I'm not a huge O'Brien guy.
I'm not either.
But I saw what he did at Penn State with a depleted roster.
That was a worse situation than this.
A lot worse mess than this.
Yeah. And look, and the guy is proven, and he's got NFL connections, and there's a lot of upside with Bill O'Brien. And I think Auburn fans, they know, and Dunaway, you make the point, if Kirby Smart would have taken that job originally, how long would he have been there? It doesn't really matter. He still was going to be an elite coach. If you have an opportunity to get a guy like Bill O'Brien, if in fact this does go down, I don't think it's the worst decision in the world.
Yeah. Gary Patterson, by the way, is it out there?
Does he want to coach, though?
I don't know.
I mean, he's a special assistant.
Special assistant and slapping his TCU years in the face right there by putting that Longhorn.
Yeah,
on.
but a special assistant at Texas with that money means you might watch, 15 hours of film a week?
Well, they got some good special assistants if they do hire Cutcliffe. I mean, Cutcliffe and Gary Patterson, that's some pretty good special assistant. 2 better head coaches than Sark.
JD is in Huntsville. JD, if I sneeze during your phone call, I apologize in advance. I'm fighting one off right now.
Look at the sun. Makes you sneeze. Get it over with.
No issue there. Anyway, guys, I think it's more the establishment at Auburn's fault than Harsin, but he's certainly made some errors, as all first-year coaches do in the SEC. So I don't blame him so much as I do just the boosters and that. But that's the reason I call. I want to talk about the Alabama basketball situation. You guys talk to Wimp every week, and I hope you'll ask him this on Wednesday. He mentioned I guess it was last week, that their problem on defense is they cannot guard the dribbler, as he says. I always say the ball out front. And Kentucky, Auburn, everybody is able to get the ball inside and dish it off to the bigs. And when Alabama comes over, it's a dunk. How many times did they do that? And you just keep saying, like, well, if we can't guard the guy out front, what are we going to do? Well, there's two things you can do. You either double team out front so that he can't drive to the lane, or you do some matchup zone. Wimp was great. I know this is a different age of basketball, but I've looked at some old videos of Wimp's coaching, that matchup zone that really, especially a team like Kentucky that doesn't really focus on the three-point shot, got to do something different. As far as like their outside shooting, though, you got to take the ball to hoop and draw the fouls. When you're not hitting, you got to make your points count at the free throw line and just pound, and get those bigs on the other team in foul trouble. That's what I'm thinking.
No, I agree with you. I don't think they've done enough of, it worked in the first game against Auburn. They couldn't take advantage of it, getting Kessler in foul trouble, but they did not try to get I can't even say his name now. I practiced it all Saturday. Sheboy. They couldn't get Sheboy going. They couldn't drive to him and get him to foul. Now, they let him play on Saturday night. But I agree with you. They were so more aggressive last year going to the basket than they are this year.
You got to do something different to shake it up so teams don't get they get in a pattern where they're able to get inside the lane because they just aren't quick enough to guard that guy out front. And when he gets in the lane, it's too late. He's going to dish it off. They're going to get a dunk, an alley-oop, or we're going to foul him and bail him out. And the only way to stop that is to do something different. And I just don't know that Nate Oates is going to do that, but we'll see.
All right. Thank you, JD. Well, to Oates' point, you got a system you play. And I know people want you to be flexible, but you can't just completely scrap the system you've built your career on.
No, and look, and that system worked well at Buffalo. Yeah. It worked well last year. Yeah. It's worked well in spots this year. If they were hitting their shot, and look, and I think Alabama played really good defense last year, and they played really good defense this Saturday against Kentucky.
But they haven't done it consistently this year.
This has been more of the outlier than what you've seen, consistently throughout the season.
And your real big problem defensively Saturday night, even though you played well, was that J.D. Davison had no shot against those Kentucky guards defensively. They had him spun around so much.
Yeah, he's got to improve.
Well,
because he keeps getting playing time.
You're right, but those are some of the best guards he'll ever face until he perhaps gets to the NBA.
I agree with Will. He's surprised it hasn't. We haven't pushed Dan Mullen or Bobby Petrino, but listen, for all the flaws I have of Dan Mullen,
it'd be a great hire.
Dan Mullen wouldn't be a bad hire. And Bobby Petrino, say what you want about Bobby Petrino, and I know he may be impossible to hire, but I don't know why. Is it a life sentence to? A lot of people get forgiven for, cheating on their wives.
Yeah, but I think you watched the end of Bobby Petrino at that last stint at Louisville and felt like you were getting a guy mailing it in.
He tapped out.
But now he's revigorated back at Missouri State, has built them from a nothing program into a Division I AA playoff team.
Yeah, they were in the playoff his 2 years there, and they finished 13th and 14th respectively, 13 and 9 overall. Just go ahead and sneeze.
Yeah, well, it won't happen. I would sneeze if it would happen.
13 and 9 over. That 2 and 8 is what sticks with you last year at Louisville. And also, if age matters to you, Bobby P, your
63?
Your boy LT is how old?
Bobby Petrino, that's about right, Dunaway. I'll say 64.
60. Oh, he's got a birthday coming up though.
That's young though. 60 young.
Young. He's about to be 61.
Okay. You know what has happened, right?
Got a Coke problem, buddy?
What has happened is, I never smelled it until LT said it last week.
Smelled what, me?
No, occasionally, I don't know if you guys, when you do a push or grab a door handle, every now and then I'll get a door handle in one of our bathrooms and the handle's sort of wet or something's on it, or maybe it's the lady who wipes them down. But
you got to use your foot. You can't use the handle.
But I don't know what it is. So occasionally I'll come in and do our hand sanitizer, which I never smelled it until last week when LT said, that is the strongest smelling hand sanitizer you use.
You get pulled over by the law, they're going to think you've been drinking.
And so now all I do is smell this hand sanitizer when I use it.
I can smell it right now.
Oh, I can too, which is why I'm sniffling.
I am anti-hand sanitizer. I really don't use the stuff.
So
It's
I'm
just
anti-soap. Like, why? Who cares?
No, I use soap all the time, but hand sanitizer
You
is...
just don't use a washcloth with it.
Hand sanitizer, I do not. I'm a grown man. Hand sanitizer is...
Ooh, Bobby with a good one. Go ahead.
Hand sanitizer is just, it is so all over the board on it.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Sneeze.
Go get him, Jimmy. Look at the sign. I told you, look at the sign. Bobby says...
Jeff
Grimes. That's a name Chris Lowe mentioned way back in the first hour. Jeff Grimes has been an assistant at Auburn.
And is the hottest coordinator out there right now offensively.
He was really good at BYU and then really good at Baylor.
Yeah, good one.
It'd be a good hire if you could pull the Jeff Grimes.
It does not smell like tequila. If it did, I'd lick my hands right now. Back in a moment on the next round. The show being brought to you today in part by Rockstars guy Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre, he's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or are looking for your home forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Rockstar, I apologize for...
There it is.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you cleared the room.
I'm so sorry for sounding like Brown.
That's
at 6:10 a.m. back in our Jocks days.
That's that.
Every 6:10 interview we did back in the day did what?
Makes a point. That's his tick.
One more time while you're on camera.
We're going to go back to break. We'll come back here.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Bobby makes a great point. I forget about these things. That's why it's so important to have a big net of an audience. Dan Mullen will never earn a dime from Auburn after the Cam Newton situation. It's a great point. He's exactly right. The people that write the checks remember everything he said and did.
At some point, you can bury hatchets.
No.
That was tough to bury.
He's not that good of a coach.
Yeah.
Not that good of a coach. All right, Vulcan Tires, 3 and Out right now, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, take your vehicle by any of the 4 locations, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, stop in, see them, or go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Want to use mine? We'll use mine. Dick Vermeil could be finding out Thursday that he's going into the Hall of Fame. Most of America remember Dick Vermeil as an Eagles head coach or as a Rams head coach?
Rams, because most of the Eagles, they're probably dead.
What was that, 1980?
80 was the Super Bowl, or 80 season, 81 Super Bowl 15 when they lost to the Raiders. But then he burned out. I think he was in television for 13 years before he came back. And he won a championship with the Rams. So I think Rams.
I remember him really more for TV before the Rams, more so than the Eagles. I remember being a TV analyst and then coming out of the TV to coach the Rams. I do not remember him at all as the Eagles coach.
And I remember him picking Lawrence Phillips up, like picking him up from the draft or the first time at the airport, because that was gonna be his private project. Didn't work out.
Notoriously, I just remember the thing about him. He was very emotional. He would cry a lot and was notorious for sleeping in his office. Like, before you heard that coaches did that,
right?
He was the first guy I ever heard that literally had a cot in his office.
Well, I think he was a hard ass back in the day, much like a Saban, and then kind of got a little
softer. Yeah.
Second down.
More confident if they both make the NCAA tournament. More confidence in UAB or LSU? LSU losers 6 of 7.
Yeah, I'll still say
now.
LSU just because they'll be battle tested.
Oh, UAB. I think Andy's a better coach than Will Wade. And I think Jelly Walker can be that type of guy that throws the team on his back and gets them deeper than they should go. I'd go UAB.
You want to look at metrics, a little Jimmy Buckets metrics for you here. Go look at how many free throws teams who play LSU are getting. They are the worst at playing by the rules defensively. And Will Wade is complaining about officiating, but at some point, you've got to play with the rules that we play. I know he wants – his big complaint is always about, how if Brown is guarding the basketball and I go over and help Brown and I'm just standing there and Brown forces him into running over me, the guy with the basketball, that's a charge. He wants to do away with the off defender being able to draw a charge. Well, you can go to the rules committee, but they're not changing it this year, Will.
They don't change it
you need
at tip-off.
You need to stop coaching your guys to keep running through that guy.
I don't like that guy.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Who likes Will Wade?
I go
the LSU fans.
I go UAB as well.
Third down.
Head coach first. Josh Gattis, who is now the OC at Miami with the Hurricanes, or the guy we interviewed earlier, Stephen Pearl.
I will say Josh Gattis. Gattis will have success with Tyler Van Dyke.
So you could see it as a one-and-done deal.
I could see it as a one-and-done deal because I think they're probably I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised if they play for the ACC championship this year. They win 9 or 10 games, and that offense looks really good, and Gattis gets an opportunity after this year. I think Bruce is going to coach another 2 or 3 years. I don't think Steven's going anywhere.
Yeah.
My point, well, I'll let you answer first.
Because I think Steven's hoping for a Pat Knight situation at Texas
Maybe
Tech.
so. I mean, it'd be hard. With that potential, you would be really picky on the jobs you take.
Yeah.
Although, if you went and took another job and had success, it's maybe even easier to come back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying,
Yeah.
Brown, that if Bruce has an 8-year contract,
that's right.
Bruce figures out in his head about how long he's going to coach.
And I go to Murray State.
And you let him go
yeah.
somewhere it's a proven winner and then come back as opposed to just sitting there and waiting all that time. That's the way.
If you go to a Murray State and you go 16 and 15,
that's your problem. Yep.
Well, you don't do that. And
that's what you don't
because
do.
that sucks.
Yes.
But if you've got Bruce who's recruiting, you know what you could do? You could end up recruiting and saying, I'm full in my class here, but you know where you'd be really good playing? Murray State.
Same style, everything. You fit right in.
And if you're good at Murray State, you know what I'll do next year? I'll bring you here to Auburn.
That's right. You can be a transfer portal. I'll steal you from my son. You'll be a transfer portal kid. I think I would go with Josh Gattis based on what Lance said. You got a chance with the players at Miami to have a good season. That'd be back-to-back good seasons at different schools. You're already a Broyles Award winner. I could see Josh Gattis being.
I'd go Gattis too for the one and done aspect. But if it's 2 years or 3 years down the road, Steven's in play. I think he goes somewhere else and coaches first.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Chris Rock, today. I'm a big Chris Rock fan. You like Chris Rock?
Yeah, I do.
I got him at 57. Happy birthday, Ashton Kutcher. I got him at 44. Better career, Chris Rock or Ashton Kutcher?
I think it's Chris Rock.
Ashton
What?
Kutcher's invested like in Uber and all that. He's like a genius.
Yeah, that's better.
no,
that's better living.
Yeah,
but-
I'm just talking about the better career was Chris Rock. I mean, Kutcher did the what was the MTV show? Punked.
2.5 Men.
So that 70s show. I mean, look, he had a lot of
Mila
success.
Kunis.
Couple of movies.
But there was, for a minute, it was a small minute, but Chris Rock was viewed as the best stand-up comedian for a minute.
Yeah. What is his best work, though? Chris Rock's best work?
The voice of Little Penny.
Bigger and blacker.
You think so?
Yeah. Lethal Weapon 4.
By the way, which I didn't know because we've watched 1, 2, and 3, and I never saw 4, and I didn't realize Chris Rock and Jet Li are both in 4.
And Rene Russo.
Are 1, 2, and 3 all Mel Gibson?
They're all 4.
Danny Glover, all 4.
Danny Glover.
Yeah. And I think Pesci is 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, birthday Matt Stafford and Steve Nash. If Matt Stafford wins on Sunday, the Super Bowl, better career, Matt Stafford or Steve Nash?
Steve Nash is the better coach because he gets really animated.
Well,
when he
Steve Nash
talks.
won 2 MVPs, but he never won a championship.
He didn't.
That's why I threw the Super Bowl out there.
So he Malone tried to win that one with the Lakers. Was that right?
Gary Payton.
That was Gary Payton and Malone. Yeah.
Nash did come back and play for the Lakers, though.
Yeah.
I would say Stafford.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go Stafford. It's a tougher one, though.
Also, happy birthday, James Spader and Garth Brooks.
Oh,
Worst character,
easy.
James Spader on The Office, or the guy that Garth Brooks pretended to be for that
Chris
one
Gaines.
album.
Chris Gaines.
And Bob California.
Chris Gaines or Bob California, worst character.
Ooh.
I think I'd go Chris Gaines.
I never saw an episode when he took over.
James Spader? Yeah, I tapped
gave
out
up.
after Steve
Once
Carell
Will
left.
Ferrell showed up, I was like, I'm done.
I've only seen 2, I think, with him. One where he's playing racquetball with Jim, and then the other one he has the party at his house.
Party at his house was funny.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I like the party at his house. All right, that is our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, if you need to get that car winterized, take it by. See our guys, locally owned and operated. They can do anything you need for you and your family, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, stop by one of the 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, my Redmont last call. A couple of things I haven't gotten to today. I did Dick Vermeil. Joey Logano won the Clash at the Coliseum. Auburn Gymnastics, Suni Lee with a perfect 10 on the bars. And she won the all-around again. I don't know why we're surprised about that. She won the Olympics. She should be killing it in this. Did the Super Bowl mediation. I think that's about it. Kevin Bacon played the song. We fit every. One thing we have
a hard sell on this last segment. I think I've done everything I can.
No. Dabo Swinney is building something that he thinks he'll be the first to build in college football.
Oh, now you've got my
what
interest.
That is when we come back. That's our Redmont Last Look, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including the Pink Package Beverage Place, ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jeff says, will you guys be doing any special shows from the SEC basketball tournament or the NCAA tournament? Not the SEC basketball tournament, but just like with the Final Four in football, if Auburn or Alabama, UAB, Jack State, are in the Final Four in basketball, we will be there in New Orleans for that. Absolutely. Tripp says, Josh Gattis earned a base salary of $900,000 in 2021. With performances bonus, push that total pay to $1.2 million. His base salary is set to increase to $1 million in 2022. Not appreciated, really? Well, he's going to make more than that at Miami, I bet. Wait and see his salary there. I bet it's easily $1.2 million.
I would imagine so, and I think ultimately the issue, like you said, was it was more about he probably got feedback when they thought they were losing Harbaugh on how high up the totem pole he was in the head coaching situation.
Boy, Miami is finding some money, man.
Yep.
All of a sudden, they've decided you got to spend money to be a winner.
Well, I think a couple of Cuban millionaires donated a lot of money into the pool because of the Mario Cristobal hire. All right, final segment of the show. What Dabo is building, he thinks he'll be the first to build at Clemson, and sort of a change of course for him, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt, make an important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on this chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right. By the way, Super Bowl, this will be the 21st game that counts for the Rams and the Bengals. What a long season.
And I know we're going to get more into the Super Bowl as the week unfolds, Super Bowl 56. Do you realize Joe Burrow is not only 7-0 straight up in his postseason career, including going back to college bowl games, SEC championship, national championship, and the NFL playoffs, but he's 7-0 against the number.
Wow.
It's hard to believe. He's never lost a big game in his life.
No, he really hasn't.
And by the way, look, he might win a championship on Sunday, but that will not hold up in the NFL. You cannot win every big game in the NFL.
Well, of course
it's
not.
impossible.
No, not at all.
Dabo Swinney, who has been anti-name, image, and likeness and portal and free movement, says that if it's the rules, it's the rules. He and Clemson are building a NIL facility and a staff that will manage the NIL, and they'll have the building set aside to where the Clemson athlete will be able to go into there and manage anything that goes on name, image, and likeness, whether it's a studio to shoot stuff, social media, instructors there, people to counsel them.
That's a smart move on his part.
So they're building a like a weight room or a dining hall. They're building a standalone name, image, and likeness hall.
Now, I'm not so certain he hasn't overreacted in doing this, but it's not the worst move in the world.
I mean, I don't know what the hell you put in it, but it sounds good on paper.
Yeah. You go out and you hire some social media, some people that'll work for $40 or $50 grand a year, fresh out of college, that know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think it's a little bit of an overreaction, but I think it's direct correlation to his inability to sign one of those top 5 recruiting classes this time.
If nothing else, you sell recruits on, you come here, we're going to make you a brand. You'll be a brand name. Look, we've got our own studios.
Yeah, it's not a name, image, and likeness facility. Have you seen it?
Yeah, we'll make you a brand name. Now, whether or not they ever get a dime in NIL money, I don't know, but it's not because we didn't try. We'll make you a brand name.
Yeah. By the way, LSU signs a deal with Fanatics, so every LSU football player's jersey will be available for sale on Fanatics. They're the first school to do that.
We're always told the players don't make as much off that as you think they would.
No, but at least if
you want something,
if you want the long snapper's jersey at LSU, you can buy it now at Fanatics. All right, that's the show today. Thanks for being a part of it. As we leave the show today on the live version here, Brian Harsin is still your coach. We'll see if it's that way at 9 a.m. on Tuesday when we go live again. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.